A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Afrique 24-hour TV. This is our daily political talk show. Today, there's a lot that we are going to discuss. Welcome to today's show. And as you're joining us now, kindly invite somebody so that that person can also invite somebody so that we can be able to follow together. So this is our daily political talk show where we give you an opportunity to discuss matters politics, what is happening within the country, from wherever you are across the world. So you get an opportunity to discuss and delve in some of the things that are happening in our beloved country, Kenya. So today we are going to have another wonderful show, and you know what is taking place, and we've selected to look at the judiciary at it again. Why do I say judiciary is at it again? Some of the headlines that have hit our news centers today is that judiciary have again halted or stopped the government's plan to collect fee through the e-citizen. This is after the court made a decision that was declared by Justice Chacha Mwita. We've also seen the Attorney General coming out clear to distance himself with the affordable housing. We know the Attorney General is the chief legal advisor to the government. That is both the national at the national level, that is both the judiciary and the legislature and the executive. So he came today and told us that he was not consulted on the matters of the affordable housing, and claims that when this project is implemented, we are going to have problems. We are going to have some divisions between the national government and the county governments. So these are some of the things that we're going to discuss. So I'll be steering you together with the panelists who are joining me shortly, and I'll be able to introduce them to you. So as you are joining, ensure that you like the video, you comment and share the feed with your friends so that they can also be able to join this show. So there are so many ways of joining. You can join by giving your comment or leaving your comment and concern at the comment section. And you can also use the link that I've sent there and join me in the studio so that we can be able to discuss one-on-one. I can see Goodyear already alikuwa ameshajiunga nami. So Goodyear, karibu sana. Hakikisha kuwa umekaribisha wengine ili usiwe peke yako. So when you are joining, kindly let me know where you are joining us from. Just tell me your name and where you are following or viewing or listening from. And you also ensure that you invite others. This is Afrique, the political talk show that comes on your screens every night. That is from 10 p.m. to midnight, the East African time. So before we start the discussion, just allow me to give you some of the information of what took place during the day, some of the things that made us choose on the topic today, judiciary at it again. So have a look at this.
Mwanasheria mkuu Justine Muturi ameonya kuwa utekelezwaji wa mradi wa nyumba za bei nafuu huenda ukakumbwa na misukosuko. Muturi akisema mradi huo unatekelezwa na serikali kuu na zile za kaunti na kwamba hakuna sheria inayoongoza jinsi utakavyoendelea. Alipofika mbele ya kamati za fedha na nyumba, Muturi alipasua mbarika akisema afisi yake haikuhusishwa katika mpango huo kwa ada ya nyumba. Hilo likisababisha mahakama kuu kutaja ada hiyo kuwa kinyume na sheria.
I did note that just after the memorandum of objects and reasons, the leader of majority, who is the sponsor of the bill, has indicated that this bill does not concern counties. I think we'll be cheating ourselves to say that the bill does not concern counties. There is no harm in the bill being processed as it is being processed in the National Assembly, and then finally there'll be an input from the Senate. If they think there is something, they can still come back to this committee in a form of mediation. Should they introduce conflicting provisions that the National Assembly may not be in agreement with?
Yes, so that is the Attorney General, Justine Muturi, telling us that the bill was indeed wrong, and as the Chief Legal Advisor to Parliament, he ought to have been consulted so that he give his direction. So in other words, he knows very well that the bill was wrong because the leader of majority, Kimani Ichung'wah, who moved the bill, lied to the parliament that the bill did not involve the counties. And because of that, there was no need of taking maybe the bill to the Senate. And these are some of the things, some of the loopholes that made Okiya Omtata to go to court, because this is a bill that involves the county government. And you know, the matters affecting the county governments are normally legislated by the Senate. So by the National Assembly passing the bill, now this one declares it null and void. If now the person who is supposed to tell the president or the executive what to be done on legal matters is the one who said that I was not consulted, but this bill, I cannot give it a clean, a green light. So that is what is taking place. Apart from that, we've also had one of the mega announcements. I know some of you are waiting for this kind of announcement that was made by court today. So I'll just have to play it for you so that you can be able to update yourself with what happened. So in this announcement, you'll find that the government, have been stopped from collecting the school fee using the e-citizen. Remember, the executive through the Minister of Education had proposed that the national schools parents will have to be paying the fee using the e-citizen platform. So that means that this money will have to be collected by the executive or by the national government. Then the government is the one that will now have to distribute this money back to schools. And you know, this is the money that is used in buying the stationaries and food. So you can try to imagine how the schools will have to wait longer for the government to disburse money for food. So you imagine how students will be impatient. We are going to talk of that, and we are also going to get your view on that. If indeed it is good for the government to collect the school fee through the e-citizen, then after that is when they can be able to distribute this money or to send this money back to the parent. So this is what the court had to say.
Government has been once again been dealt a blow by the judiciary after the High Court temporarily stopped the directive requiring parents to pay school fees for students in government learning institutions through the e-citizen platform. Now, the orders delivered at the Milimani Law Courts on Wednesday by Justice Chacha Mwita states in part that an interim conservatory order is hereby issued suspending the circular or letter by the Principal Secretary Bello Kipsang dated 31st of January 2024. The directive by the Ministry of Education required fees be paid through the government's e-citizen platform. Now, Justice Mwita ordered effectively suspends the government's plan under the court and will issue further directives on the matter. The move by the court comes after Dr. Magari Gikenyi moved to court challenging the government's directive.
All right, that is it. The government has been told that no, you cannot just wake up one day and you start saying that, okay, we are going to collect school fee using the e-citizen. What does this one mean? I know as we are proceeding, I can also see SG, the Secretary General, is here. I think is still on the road. And being a parent, he has got something to say about this. So, Mr. G, good evening. SG.
Vipi bana leo? Mambo vipi bana?
Salama. Naona una furaha, ulikuwa umeshalipa fee pale e-citizen?
Bwana huyu mtu bwana amerogwa bwana. We have a lunatic president. Hawajui kuna watu wanalipa fee na kuni na mbuzi. So how do you put mbuzi? No, it's still happening. It's still happening. So many local.
When I was growing, kuna watu walikuwa wanalipa fee na kuku, wengine wanapeleka mahindi shuleni, lakini now the government wanalipa through e-citizen. Yeah.
No, even today, so many local schools, they have an arrangement with the parents because it is about education. It's not about CG. We have a stupid, useless president, or I don't know what to say, but how do you manage? You want to micromanage even the smallest things in the country. Huu ni rais ama ni nini?
But SG,
It
remember
is sad. It is
the
sad, I can tell
president
you.
said this.
Hata
The president
kama
said that
unataka
the problem
pesa,
yenye tuko nayo Kenya, rais alisema ile shida tuko nayo Kenya inaitwa corruption. So maybe he's trying to come up with a unifying way of collecting funds, whereby the funds can be collected at the same place, monitored to increase maybe some responsibility, whereby watasema hii shule inaitwa Nyansiongo High School, najua iko pale Kisii, imecollect kwa e-citizen hapa imecollect 10 million, the government imedisburse this, hii imetumika hivi na hivi. Was it not for responsibility ama ni a different thing?
let me tell you, when you correct things with pay bills and what we call till numbers, sometimes even to
Yes.
understand which one paid what is a problem, because we are dealing with volumes of schools. We're dealing with volumes of numbers. So the person who reconciles here, and I can tell you this because I have been in finance sector for some time. Reconciliation of finances, even for the government itself, is a problematic thing. To know who gave what, when, how, it's very problematic. In any case, let me tell you what e-citizen is doing. It is making so many sectors of a government redundant to a point you can never know whether they are performing or not. And therefore, I would rather where you have different kind of pay bills and the till numbers where you can monitor each and every person pay bill, rather than having thousands and millions of transactions and you don't know who paid what and where. For me, I find it barbaric. I find it backwardness. I know somebody might argue that's how you monitor what is coming in and what is getting out. But we, as we speak in Kenya today, we do not know what is coming out and what is getting out. In any case, this is not a government to be trusted with money. Right now, people are being deducted levies. Which account is this levies going? Who monitors it? Is it going to the exchequer? Is it going to the consolidated accounts of the treasury?
Mm-hmm.
We do not know that shit. We don't know that shit. So for me, I find this a very clueless government. And
Mm-hmm.
that is why you find that the bloggers are complaining that the MP of KK are not are not defending the government because they feel in their heart this government is falling down. And
Mm-hmm.
anybody who is mouthy in this government will find
Mm-hmm.
himself in a problem come next 2027 if that is where we are going to get to. So
Mm-hmm.
people have decided, the president himself, to defend his own policies because they are sugoi made. They are sugoi made. Ni vitu ambazo hata ukiangalia housing levy, you look at the way the attorney general talked about Muturi. Even himself, he
Yes, I
doesn't
was
understand.
coming there kwa sababu the Attorney General is the one who is supposed to be advising the government on legal matters. Like if the government is making a
Yes.
decision, they need to ask the Attorney General, is this one legally right? Should we go ahead? And if it is wrong, the Attorney General will tell them, no, this one is not right. You need to change on this and this and this and this. But what you also need to understand that the Attorney General is just there to give advice. Somebody can advise you, but it is not an obligation that you have to take an advice. For example, unataka kupanda kanduma pale kwa mto. Somebody can tell you songa karibu na maji ndio zisikauke. But it is upon you to decide to take the advice or not to take the advice. So when you listen to the Attorney General today, he said he was not consulted, meaning they did not seek his advice. Ako tu hapo, but nobody is asking him for his advice or for his input. And remember, that is the work that he'd been employed to do. So what do you take on that?
Yeah, he was explicit that the majority leader could do these things without his advice. And that is why you see like the housing levy is still a problematic to the people and to the implementation, because nobody is answering numerous questions. Who owns the house? How do you own the house? What is the exit plan? How do I benefit from my deduction? How do you make it fair that everybody is deducted? I mean, it looks so sugoi thing. Unajua ile ujinga ya huko ya kuku ya kunini ya kulisha kuku na upuzi. It is too sugoi. So for me, I find we have a very big problem because whatever the president is pushing is becoming more of a laughing stock. Today, you are told that if you go to a place called sijui Kepleting, sijui what, ufinye tu nini, ufinye tu computer, you get nini, you get dollars. Eh? So it is becoming a laughing stock. This is not a government. This is, for lack of a better word, it is a Juhakaruru government, and therefore, from where I sit, Mr. Leo, we have a problem, and we have to solve this problem. In fact, I'm praying God kabisa. Sasa nimeanza hata kufunga na kuomba hawa watu wasilipe ile Eurobond, inchi ianguke, so that tuanze afresh, because without that, these people will still be doing this comedian. Ndio sababu unaona kwa TikTok watu wanasema, hata saa hii watu wanasema, yani jokes zile ziko hapo ni za kumudhihaki, it's more of comedy, eh? Ati sasa ameongea na Japan, ameongea na Japan, wamekubaliana na Japan. Mimi nacheka tu kwa TikTok. Ati ameongea na Japan, wamekubaliana ya kwamba gari zote zikitengenezwa Japan, anataka vijana milioni 10 wa kuosha hizo magari, because it's becoming a joke. It's becoming joke.
No, si alisema the president of anaenda kutafutia pesa, anaenda kutafutia Wakenya kazi.
Ndio nakwambia, anakuja, he will be on top of a roof of a car this week telling us how he has kubaliana with the prime minister of Japan. Kila gari yoyote ya Toyota ikioshwa ni Mkenya atakuwa. It's becoming a joke. This is not even a country. This is a big joke of Africa, and we are. But anyway, for me, I think it is good he won, or he got
so
declared.
You are comfortable praying that the country to fail or to default in paying the loan. You don't fear what is going to happen. Like when we fail to pay the loan,
no. Let me tell you,
the country is going the Zimbabwean way or such kind of thing. So
yeah, let me tell you, my brother. Let me tell you, if you do not know, this country is being vandalized and it is being enjoyed by very few people. And therefore, it is not that we don't love our country. We love our country, but we hate this regime. In fact, let me put it this way. We hate the government, but we love our country. But for us to have a good change in this country, there must be something that is going to cause a failure that is going to make us now talk. That is what I am telling you. Because we cannot have this country. Let me tell you, if this country can afford to pay the police and the civil servants, the teachers and so forth and pay debts, we'll still have the problem. We still have people working with millions of shillings going to a football tournament. You understand? People go walking around this country with a lot of money, and the people have not gone to school. People told you understand? There's no drugs for the people with cancer, and because we still have shock absorber. Me, I'm praying for the fall of this country and for the fall of this government, so that we start afresh. And again, we don't want to give stories in history that we elected a person who was a thug, who stole land right, left, and center, who was suspect of murder and so many things. Yeah, and then we say he succeeded by bringing a country to success. That is a very bad story that I don't want to give, and therefore I'm telling God to remember Kenya.
So
because
how
we cannot
do you
give
want
a
God to
story.
remember
We,
Kenya?
we cannot tell people over our children that ati tunaambia watoto ati crime pays in Kenya. You can be a criminal and become a president. That is not what we want. We don't want to give those
Get you.
stories. We want this guy to fail so that we give him as an example to the generations coming that this is not what to become. This is not how to become president.
Mm-hmm.
So it is as simple as that. So since we are not missing our words, we are saying we have a cruel government with cruel leaders and
Mm-hmm.
cruelest leaders. That is what we are saying. Yes.
Wait a minute. I can see Alex is saying something that e-citizen portal is a scam. PesaFlow is the company that collects a flat rate of 50 Kenyan shillings, and for every transaction. IT shrouded in mastery. Yeah, these are concern that I once had. I think it was Senator Sifuna questioning this. Whenever you make any transaction at the e-citizen, the company called PesaFlow is the one that collects that money, and it is the one that I think is mandated to remit the money collected to the government. So they will always charge you a flat rate of 50. If you want to pay 5,500, then you'll have to pay 5,550. But nobody gives us maybe nobody accounts for this money. Nobody tells us where this money goes, how it is used, and such kind of things. It is even expensive than the percentage that M-Pesa collects when you do some transactions. So maybe the first thing that people should be asking, or people should need to investigate, are the owners of these companies that are going to be used to collect this money. So when the government says they want to collect school fee through e-citizen, Mr. Secretary General, if maybe now we leave the story of the president and his reputation aside, this money in most schools, the money that is collected is used in the daily activities like buying food and paying for the stationery and some other voted. So do you think the government will be able to remit this money to schools in time and remit it fully and be fully accountable that all the students have paid fee, we now remit fee this amount? Or we are going to have cases whereby schools are going to have children striking because there is no food, children are striking because they're supposed to go on a trip and the money has not been remitted, they cannot be able to fuel their buses? Is that one the reason that you think maybe most Kenyans are not happy with the decision?
Every school has its own arrangements on how they operate. And if the teacher and the headmasters and the principals have agreed on some way of dealing with their issues, that's what it should be left. Hii mambo ya kupatia watu ambao hawajui hata kutafuta nchi ya kuongoza nchi pesa. It is funny. The case of Kenya Kwanza is a case of where you go and study to be a veterinary. When you study to be a veterinary, then you target where there are so many farmers of goats and cattle and all those animals, and then go there because there's an election and you are being elected because of the only thing that you have is you have a degree or you have a certificate of veterinary, but you don't have cows and you don't have goats, you don't have anything. That is what happens with Ruto. Ruto is not exposed. Ruto is a man who want to lead people who have achieved. In other words, he want to tax you because he doesn't know how to grow a tax. Because he has studied and he has a PhD. He's the most educated president in Africa. So you cannot beat him on that. He's again also the most what we call politician and a very sweet talking person. But when you ask him, how do you grow a company? How do you make manufacturing? He doesn't know. And that is why you see he's so clueless. He's telling us about building houses and solving the problems of employment. And so he's a person, I'll take like a person who is the chairman of a cattle dip, the chairman of farmers, but he owns no cow. He owns no goats. But he's a guy who is on the forefront telling you which cow we are going to kill or we're going to eat on milk. You understand? That is the kind of a president we have. And it's unfortunate, because how do you elect people who have no criteria or credentials of being business leaders? And yet they think they can give us what we call the way forward of bringing a country to prosperity. And therefore, when you talk about the issues of e-citizen, eh, it is a way of milking Kenyans. Today, as we speak, e-citizen has, it is only that because of marshalling and dictatorship. But there's so many cases of, was even there's even I read it in the papers, over 600 billion case where KRA officials and some those people of PESA flow are being investigated on corruption of money that has been seized so that we curb corruption. Which corruption? Corrupt cannot curb corruption. I will believe the story of corruption is being fought if the president himself, because he cannot be prosecuted now because of the immunity of the constitution, if he surrenders lands like Weston, which belongs to Kenya Airport Authority, you have to start from you have to come with clean hands if you have to solve some of these problems. Until I shamba inaniharibia jina, na kwa sababu nataka kupigana na ufisadi nimeirudisha kwa wananchi. In fact nimefanya hivi nikasema kwa sababu ya affordable housing, na hii mkawa si affordable even to the normal people, nataka ibomolewe, tujenge affordable housing hapo, ziwe za serikali. We give it as the government land, tujenge nyumba ghorofa 20 za wananchi wa Kibera na watu wako around hapo. That is when I will believe this government. But until that happens, hii ingine ni story, ni hadithi za abunwasi ambazo hazina faida yoyote kwa the people of Kenya. Kwa hivyo nijibu swali yako, nikwambie wachana na mashule zifanye vitu zake. Wale wanaiba waibe, wale watakuwa wanasaidia wananchi wanasaidia. In any case, mimi naonanga hata yes, principals they have their own ways of stealing. I know that, but I also know some of the principals go through so much stress to feed people. Today, a bag of beans is almost 18,000. Of maize is about 5,000. If you have 1,000 students, my friend, you're talking of thousands of shillings to feed these people. So you have to have an arrangement with the principal for these people to continue in being in the school. And then you're telling me here, you want just to put in e-citizen so that you can put more countersuits and the SARS and in a mamilioni ya pesa. That to me, it is insensitive and it is immoral. So hatuna nchi bana, we have no country bro.
Like the president was in Japan and he had to respond to those people wenye wanamwambia wanampeleka koti, wenye wanamwambia we won't accept the affordable housing. So it's like he've decided he's not going to listen to anybody. You've heard the Attorney General saying that he was not consulted, meaning nobody wanted to listen to him. But now the president himself, I think I'll be able to play it to you so that you can be able to confirm what the president had to say when he was in Japan. And that one can also be able to allow me ask you a question. You know, the president said that, okay, watu wananipiga, lakini mimi, as long as what I'm doing is going to benefit and grow the country. And actually, he tried to compare Kenya with Japan. And he said that Japan has grown simply because it has been built by Japanese. Kenya also want to grow. And for Kenya to grow, it has to be built by Kenyans. And Kenyans are only going to build their country through their own taxes, not through donations, not through loans. Those ones were the words of the president. So I'll play it, then you'll be able to tell me if truly the president is sincere and means well for this country, so that the rest of the citizens who feel that what is happening is wrong should maybe relax a bit and give the president time and see if these things are going to materialize. I can see Jeff Mburu, karibu sana. Pen Nyagaka, karibu sana. A long time. You can use the link that I've shared there to join the studio ili ukuje utoe maoni yako, ni nini ulikuwa unatarajia, ama wewe pia ulikuwa unataka kulipa school fee na e-citizen na koti sasa imekukatiza. So meanwhile, allow me to play this one shortly.
Today, Japan, their tax as a percentage of GDP is at 34.8%. In Kenya, we are at 15, less than half what it is here. If we have to develop our country, Kenyans must roll up their sleeves and develop their country. Our country is not going to be developed by others. Our country is not going to be developed by aid. Our country is not going to be developed by debt. Our country is going to be developed by us. Japan is built by the Japanese using their own taxes. Kenya will be built by Kenya using our own revenues and our own taxes. That is a statement that we must tell each other. The one thing that I have committed myself to do is that we must then provide a guarantee that every Kenyan who pays for whatever service or pays whatever tax, that money should not be stolen by anybody. So long as we collect whatever tax we are collecting and we use it to grow our country, it is going to benefit us eventually. The one thing we must never do, and I will not do as president, is to say that there will be free lunch, that the country is going to be developed by borrowing money from other people, that the money is going to, that Kenya is going to be developed by others, and that it's going to cost us nothing to develop our country. That one I will not do, and I will not encourage you to do. And that is why I don't mind, you know. People call me names. But you see, when you are doing the right thing, your conscience is clear that you are doing the right thing. And I will do the right thing for our country, irrespective of what names people call me, including Zakayo. We have
I think you've heard that one, SG, even before I welcome Jeff. The president was in Japan, and the president there is addressing Kenyans. There are most important things that maybe one can note from his speech. Number one, that Kenya will be built by Kenyans. Kenya will be built by Kenyan taxes, not the nations. He went ahead to give an assurance that we need to assure Kenyans that their worries is that their money that is going to be collected will be misused. But he said, I assure Kenyans that every coin that they collect through taxes, through the e-citizen, will be managed well and nobody will steal that money. That was the first assurity. The second one, he confirmed to those people who are waiting for free gifts like free NHIF, free medication, free sanitary towels, and free lunch, that Kenya, Hakuna, we are not going to give free lunch. We are not going to give free food. We are not going to give free anything. You have to pay for everything. And he also realized that people call him names, including Zakayo. He's ready to be called names. He's ready to be taken to court. But as long as his conscience tells him that what he's doing is right, he will keep on pressing. So what do you think the president meant from that? Does it mean that the president is going to suspend the constitution, suspend the court directions, that including the one that was given today, and move ahead to ensure that Kenya develops?
First of it, one of the things I really don't, this president has assured us of so many things. He has assured us that in the first 100 days, all women who have delivered will be given pampers. He assured us that there will be free Wi-Fi everywhere and calling will be free. He has also assured us that the gas, that the one you buy at 2,000 will be at 500, and the one you buy at 1,000 will be 600. He has assured us so many things. He has assured us he's going to build dams. He has assured us that he's going to build roads. He has assured us so many things. And that is why his assurance to me is null and void. Because that's a lie. Like Sufuna saying, he's just a liar. And we know this as a country, as a Kenyan people. Unless you're stupid to believe such a person or naive. But Ruto, whatever he says, he just lies. He can't assure us of anything because 3/4 of his cabinet are thieves. He himself, he has cases of thuggery in courts that are pending. Mm. His deputy, he has been in court because of money, of stealing county money. His deputy, and therefore he's a speaker. Wetangula, he has been issues of Tokyo, Japan, selling land in Tokyo. Mudavadi has a case of Bakaburi. So I don't know how a thief can help to catch a thief. To me, I think they will agree on the way that we are all thieves. So for me, I think those assurances are null and void. They are not going to help any person in Kenya, and
Can you hear me? SG, am I the only one who is not getting you? Karibu sana Pen Nyagaka, I can see you over there. Mr. Jeff. Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Leo. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, Mr. Nyagaka, how are you?
I'm okay, Jeff. I'm okay.
Yes, thank you so much also for joining.
Nilikuwa nataka nimjibu hiyo dakika moja Jeff, halafu endelee.
Thank you,
Sawa,
sir.
takupatia dakika moja, but SG is just coming. He've got some connection problem, but is coming. Naona kuna maswali kibao zinamkujia pale, nikiangalia kwenye comment section. Just allow me to recognize and welcome the people who joined us through the comments in the show. I can see LX Media, karibu sana, is trying to explain some of the questions that people are asking concerning the PESA flow, because these are an organization that has been collecting Kenyan money, and now we can see this government is so best in giving them contracts of creating for them business opportunity. Maybe we can be able to try to know the relationship between them and the current government and the e-citizen. I can see Goodyear is over there. Dr. Recap is also trying to weigh in that that could PESA flow be just a middle name in between the transaction. Ali Jama, I think this one was directed to SG Kamau, telling me to tell Kamau to return to Cameroon because his country of origin, because since Kenya has become difficult for him, claiming that Kamau have been complaining ever since they were in Mtembei for the first time. So if that is the case, then everybody should go back to their country of origin. I think that is just some kidding. Pen, I am glad you've also managed to join us, and everybody else who is joining. There's a Freak 24-hour TV, so there's a political talk show that comes on your screen every day. That is from 10 p.m. East African time up to midnight. So just feel welcomed, enjoy. If you can't participate through the comment section, well and good. And if you also feel like you want to join the studio, and be part of the panelists, then you can use the link that have been shared on your comment section. Then it will direct you to the studio. And without forgetting, the only way that you can be able to support this show is through subscribing. Only that, you need to spare just a minute, click on the subscribe button, then share with your friends. That is the only support that we expect from you. I know you support us through comments, you support us through sharing the videos, but the most important is you subscribe so that you become a member. So karibu sana Pen Nyagaka, karibu. Hata kama uko na swali kwa SG, anakusikiza mahali yuko, akiingia ataweza kukujibu.
Ndio nilikuwa nataka nimwambie leo habari yako. Ndio nilikuwa nataka nimwambie huyu SG ya kwamba vile sisi tuna support huyu president sana, na yeye anasema wale wanambelieve wanamsupport ni wajinga. I mean, who says who's stupid? He can be stupid or I can be stupid, but kutumia China mbaya kama hiyo ni mbaya sana. Sisi we support this president because vile amesema we will have to develop our country by ourselves. Hakuna nchi ingine, there's no country in the world that can be developed by other people from outside. Na kwanza, as I've always told you guys, if we do away with corruption itself, we will develop our country. Na vile tumeona kutoka Mombasa mpaka askari, kesi yao iko kotini because of corruption. There are so many people that are, hata huyu alikuwa minister for tourism. The president is an executive and the judiciary is a different arm of government that has to really handle the cases of corruption. The president in his administration cannot and is legally not bound to handle the cases of corruption, but he can take them to court. So where he has started is a wonderful, wonderful idea, and we fully support him. I mean, even if you look at what they are seen as the taxation of Japan vis-a-vis Kenya, in Kenya, kile kinatusumbua all the time up to right now that we are not developed is issues of corruption. And if he's working on that, and we can see signs that he's working on that, then we could give him the accolades that he need to. Lakini kuja hapa kututukana ni ile room mwingine mnazungumza SG, mnazungumza all the time one line, hakuna debate hapa, hakuna mtu anauliza swali. You guys agree 100% on each other, lakini hapa you will find some of us here telling you that kuja hapa na matuzi na nini ni mbaya. You can criticize the government all you want, but the supporters of this government are not. Some of us are not stupid. Or hiyo lugha ambayo umetumia. Ukitumia hiyo lugha na sisi tutumie, utaenda wapi?
Si unaweza tumia, mimi sina shida hata ukitumia. We are in a different, in any case, mtu ambaye anaamini ujinga.
Let me finish.
Unajua ukisema, the thing is my brother, I'm just telling you, you can call me stupid as long as I make you
cannot tell me anything other than calling me mujinga. You cannot tell me anything.
You know, definition.
Mr. Leo, you can one person.
SG order, pen order. I want us to have decorum. Mr. G, I'm going to give you time to respond. Umetajwa, lazima upewe nafasi pia na wewe kujibu na kujieleza, na pengine kama kuna mali umekosea pia kuomba kusamehewa in case sijasema uombe msamaha. So wacha tumpatie pen, amebakisha dakika moja. Alikuwa amesema nataka kuuliza swali, so ameuliza maswali yake, atuambie amemaliza, alafu baadaye nitakupatia nafasi uweze kujibu hayo maswali yake kwa heshima. So Nyagaka, malizia maswali. Nilikwambia Mr. G, SG yuko, maswali yote utauliza ataweza kukujibu, na ataweza pia kukuelezea au kufafanulia kwa nini ametumia majina kama hayo. Sawa sawa?
Sawa. Leo wacha niseme ya kwamba
pen
yes. Wacha niseme ya kwamba hii ni show mzuri sana ya ku share ideas on how we could really improve our own country. Na SG, wacha ni kuombe ya kwamba come up with your ideas, criticize the government all you want, lakini hiyo jina unatumia mazee, I mean, maybe it shows your age or whatever, but we cannot really, this is not worth it, kwa sababu ukiniita mchinga na mimi nikuita mchinga, who will win what? So let us be very clear that we are debating on how to improve our lifestyle in our country to be as high as it could be. And some of us support this government fully, and we agree with USG, criticize this government. Lakini kutuita machina wale ambao tuna support hii government na tuanze kuitana machina, hata show ya leo itakuwa mzuri. Asante sana. Thank you, Leo.
Asante Pen, kabla ni kubalie Miss SG the Secretary General to respond to you, niko na swali moja tu kwako because there was this issue ya paying school fee through e-citizen. Do you support it or you agree with the court that this thing should not happen at the moment? Do you support that the government through e-citizen collect school fees huko shuleni, including unajua kuna zile Nyansiongo, hizo shule ziko huko Nyamira, Kisii. Sasa serikali ianze, wewe ukitaka kulipa school fee unaenda pale unalipa na e-citizen, alafu unaenda shule, serikali kisha collect pesa itatuma shuleni pale.
No, Leo, I support the courts at every incident. You too. I support the court fully. Kwa sababu, let us be very clear as to how we are going to pay these school fees. Kama wameona kitu hapo, let us be very clear with it. Me, I support the court all the time. Na vile nimeshawapia wengine, I grew up in the Kenya's court system, so I know how it works a little bit, even if I'm not a lawyer. But I support the court fully.
Thank you. Mr. J, you know you have to respond. Umetajwa, lazima nikupatie nafasi kabla nikaribishe Jeff.
According to the Webster dictionary, a foolish man or a foolishness is ignorance. It is like following a blind person thinking that you're moving forward. That is what the definition of a foolish man is. So when you follow a blind person, you're sure this guy is taking us nowhere. The only thing we can say, you're a foolish man or a foolish woman because you are going to the ditch with this man who is blind. And we can see the president is blind. He's naked. This is a president who has taken us from $1 of 120 to 167. And yet he's telling us he's growing the country with the taxes. You can never grow a country with taxes. That is foolishness. It is not wisdom. Number two, you're telling us the GDP of Japan is 35% and ours is 15. We are in the third world country. Japan is first world country. The lowest paid person in Japan, in Kenyan understanding, is paid about 300,000 Kenya shillings. So it's stupidity to believe that kind of hogwashness. You call it hogwash, yeah, chakula ya nguruwe, because you're telling us things that are not going to happen in a country whereby the only people who are working are 3 million, and then you're giving them levies upon levies without even increasing their salary. That is stupidity, bro. It's stupidity. And we have no other language to talk about this country. Where we have that's the only language we can afford to talk about. And that is why we are saying we are going nowhere with this government of Kenya Kwanza. It is the most useless government in the history of Africa, not even Kenya, in the history of Africa, because it's full of thugs, full of wash, and full of clueless people. That is the point I want to talk about. So when you talk about foolishness is a language, is an English word in the dictionary that defines a person who is living in ignorance. That is simple what I meant. So anybody believing this government is going to prosper this country is a fool. That's what I meant. And I stand by that.
Thank you. Wacha tumkaribishe Bwana Jeff Mburu we are seeing judiciary again putting some breaks to the government. The government was so prepared and they've already given some directive. They started with the national schools, and a directive was given that the schools can provide their account numbers and such details so that they can be integrated with the e-citizen so that parents can start paying money there. But this has been halted. Chacha Mwita said that, okay, put it on hold until we listen to the case. Though we don't know how the case is going to be decided, whether the government will be given a green light or the court will find it null and void. That one we can only speculate. So what is your take on that? Does it mean that even after the executive having a meeting with the judiciary, things are not yet working? They're still not speaking the same language. So do you take it positive or negative?
Mr. Leo, are you talking to me?
Of course, I'm talking to you. You're the one who is
Thank you.
joining us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me start there about the e-citizen. First of all, I want to say that I support the court because last time when I was here, when we were discussing about the courts and the cases that they're handling, that is the work of the court. And I told the people that the courts or the judiciary is part of the government. And therefore, the court is just doing its duty. If somebody has taken a case to the court, the best thing is for the case or the merits and demerits of that case to be listened and be determined by the judge. Having said that, I want to say that e-citizen or paying our money, the government revenue and other money that we send to the government through online services, it would reduce corruption to a very higher percentage. However, I don't think we have a big problem with school fees. So maybe they would have started with other things before we go to even think about school fees, because that is not where the problem is. School fees goes to schools, but what goes to the government is what they should start regulating first. And if there is somebody who took that case to the court, I think it's okay. It's also it's a procedure of the courts to stop everything until the case is listened, which for us is just to wait and see the outcome. But I don't think there is anything wrong with e-citizen. Here in the United States of America, we pay, I think, 90% or 99% of all government services through online. So I don't see any problem with people paying the government revenues and other money that they pay to the government through online services. Away from that, I want to go back to the question that Mr. Rio, you talked about, the speech of the president in Japan, where the president said people must pay taxes to build their nation. This is a very critical or crucial topic because I have listened to politicians. Sometimes they talk about taxes as if the government corrects taxes for the president to consume that money or to steal that money. And I think it's only fair for me to try to expound to the citizens why do the government correct taxes? Because most people don't even understand, because in our country, Kenya, we have a culture of politicizing everything, whether good or bad. It becomes a political tool. So at the end of the day, the common mwananchi gets confused or is lost along the way. So I want to say that this topic is very important because it is going to help us understand the basic rationale or nature and the consequences of taxes. So what we should be asking ourselves, we should be in a position to describe why the government need revenue. Why do we need revenue? Why does the government collect taxes? So the government collect taxes to provide goods and services. We have to identify taxes as an important source of governmental revenue. Remember, the government does not do business. The government does not own shops and malls. The government collects money from its own people to build the nation. So we should be in a position to explain how taxes transfer the use of resources from the private sector. There is nobody, there is no private person or a business owner who can do, like, for instance, build his own highway. There are things that we have to do collectively. So taxes provide revenue for national government. Taxes provide revenue for the county governments to fund essential services. For instance, the defense, our military, our police, they need to be paid. Who will pay them if we don't send money to the government, if we are not taxed? Do we have to borrow money to pay our army, our soldiers, our police, our youth service? Do we have to borrow money to build our roads, our highways? Do we have to borrow money to fund our judicial system? Those are some of the things that our politicians don't tell our people, that these services and these services that the government provide are beneficial to the citizens who could not provide such services effectively for themselves. There is nobody who can have his own army, his own police, his own highway, his own hospital. I mean, the only thing I can say, it is good for people to pay taxes without complaining. However, it is also very important for the government to seal all the loopholes of corruption, to ensure that because people feel a lot of pain when they are being taxed. So their money should be utilized prudently, and also nobody should steal from the people. In a country like China, which is growing at a very high rate, they are very serious in fighting corruption. If a government official is proved to have touched or have stolen money that belongs to the people, that the sentence, that the minimum sentence is death sentence in China. And that is why that country is growing, because nobody jokes around, and they mean it. They have they have sentenced to death very senior people in government, and that has sent a very good example to other people. And also they have set a precedence for themselves that corruption is not tolerated in that part of the country. So I want to say that taxes reduce taxpayers' income. Yes, and that is why people complain so much. And that is expected. When you are taxed, your income is reduced. As a result, taxpayers have less for personal goods and services, savings, and investments. So that's why you see we complain so much. So what we expect after our taxes has been deducted from us, we expect the government to give the best. So the question we should be asking is, how are our taxes being utilized by the government? That is what I can say for now, Mr. Leo.
Okay, thank you. I think that is some of the things that the president was saying in Japan, but back in the country, you'll find that people are really saying that the president is not sincere on his talks, and people are seeing that the court is also agreeing. Like today, the court made a pronouncement that the government should stop or should not even think of collecting money through citizen until the case is heard. Possibility or chances are that this one is going to be squashed away. You heard the Attorney General today telling Kenyans that, look, I'm the chief legal advisor to the government, meaning I should be giving legal advice in both parliament and to the executive. But in the matters of affordable housing, I wasn't consulted. And as a matter of fact, we can no longer lie to people. We can no longer sugarcoat it. This thing is not going to be practical because it is affecting the counties. And this is a matter that is going to bring a conflict between the national government and the county. So in other words, the person who is supposed to be advising the president and the parliament on some legal matters have already distanced himself. So does this mean that we are having a country that is running, that is being run against the law? I heard from the
Mr.
comment
Rio,
section. Yes.
just a minute. Can you repeat what you said about the conflict between the national government and the counties in regard to the affordable housing? I didn't understand that point.
I'm telling you that the Attorney General, I'll play to you, said that the affordable housing is touching on both the national government and the county government. So the leader of majority lied to the parliament when he indicated that it does not affect the county government. So the constitution states that anything that affects the county must be discussed by the Senate. And I think that is one of the reasons why Okiya Mtata went to court. And the Attorney General already confirmed to you that it is true that it touches on the county government, but the Senate did not have their say on that. And it's also going to bring a conflict because these houses are going to be built in land that is owned and managed by the counties, where the counties are the ones that are collecting the revenue. So who is going to claim or the ownership of these houses? For example, if houses are built in Homa Bay, who is going to distribute these houses? Is it the national government or the county government? So maybe just to bring you up to date, I'll play that video. And I know there are so many people who are waiting with the response.
Mwanasheria mkuu Justine Muturi ameonya kuwa utekelezwaji wa mradi wa nyumba za bei nafuu huenda ukakumbwa na misukosuko. Muturi akisema mradi huo unatekelezwa na serikali kuu na zile za kaunti na kwamba hakuna sheria inayoongoza jinsi utakavyoendelea. Alipofika mbele ya kamati za fedha na nyumba, Muturi alipasua mbarika akisema afisi yake haikuhusishwa katika mpango huo kwa ada ya nyumba. Hilo likisababisha mahakama kuu kutaja ada hiyo kuwa kinyume na sheria.
I did note that just after the memorandum of objects and reasons, the leader of majority, who is the sponsor of the bill, has indicated that this bill does not concern counties. I think we'll be cheating ourselves to say that the bill does not concern counties. There is no harm in the bill being processed as it is being processed in the National Assembly, and then finally there'll be an input from the Senate. If they think there is something, they can still come back to this committee in a form of mediation. Should they introduce conflicting, provisions that the National Assembly may not be in agreement with?
So that is it. That is from the Attorney General himself. So maybe before I welcome, I can see MC Jesse is also present, and maybe I would also request the members who are present here that we try to turn on our videos unless it is you are totally unable to do that. I think it will make some sense because we are live, people are watching and listening. So when we hide our videos, then we only allow people with the opportunity to listen and with nothing to see. So kindly, if you're in a position, you should do that. So Jeff, you have to say something. I want to welcome MC Jesse.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that issue that the Attorney General was talking about. So far, we have seen the president and the government launch the affordable houses in different counties, and they are in agreement with the with the county governments. So we can say that there is the process which need to be followed, the process of the Senate. But that does not mean that there is a conflict or there is going to be a conflict with the county governments, because the county governments the heads of the county governments are the governors, and the governors are working with the national government as expected. Because as much as we have the county governments, they are not totally independent. They work together with the national government, and that's why even the houses that has already been launched, they have been doing together. The governors plus the national government. So what should happen? The Senate is supposed now to undertake the process, that because I don't know where they have been, because this affordable housing did not start actually with the William Ruto government. So it's like they have just woken up one day and they have realized, oh, we were not consulted. We were supposed to be involved in this. Those are supremacy battles that we have always been seeing between the National Assembly and the Senate. And if they feel there is something they want to put down, I think they are free to do it. But so far, we haven't seen any conflict between the national government and the county government in as far as the implementation of the affordable housing project is concerned. That is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. MC Jesse, good evening.
Good evening too. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Karibu sana. This is a Freak 24-hour TV, and we are having a daily political talk show, and this is a place where we normally interact and discuss matters Kenyan politics freely. From wherever direction you come from, we are here and we discuss the Kenyan politics freely and positively, irrespective of what you believe in, irrespective of your political affiliation or your political alienation. So we take your views and your opinion positively, as long as it is healthy and helping in constructive development of the political affairs in this country. So today, among other things that we are looking at the government plan to collect school fee through the e-citizen being halted or thwarted by the court, whereby the court said that one should be put on hold. Apart from that, we are also seeing the Attorney General, who is the legal advisor, who should be giving the parliament, that is the speaker, advice on the legal matters and should also be advising the executive on legal matters, coming out to say that he was not his opinion was not asked for when they were presenting that bill in parliament, and had that one happened, he would have warned them that this bill is illegal simply because the matters here touches on the county government. So it should also be discussed in the Senate so that it can meet the legal threshold. And maybe later on, we are also going to look at what is taking place. You'll find that what is happening currently is that it has been revealed that the government has really been spending. The government has been spending without the approval of the parliament. That is, the National Assembly needs to approve all the spendings by the executive. So these are some of the questions that we're asking. Does it mean that now everybody is operating on their own? The executive wakes up and they do things. They don't need to get approval from the parliament. The executive don't need to get some advice from the judiciary. So where are we headed as a country? Later on, we will also play to you what the president said today in Japan, that whether you call him names, including Zakayo and the tax collector and all those kind of names that you're calling him, he's so determined to ensure that Kenya grows, and Kenya can only grow through taxation. You can only grow your country. He's not going to ask for donation. He's not going to borrow loans. You'll have to pay for development. So karibu sana MC Jesse. Oh, ni kama umekuwa umejiangusha. So you can just say hi to the viewers and give us your opinion. I can also see Senior Pemba is also in the house. I know the debate is going to be so hot. I know Alex is also joining. This is one that no one would want to miss. So MC Jesse, karibu.
Thank you so much, our host, and also our viewers and also subscribers. My name is MC Jesse from Kenya. I appreciate the debate, though I have been on the road. One thing I really appreciate is the fact that we are able to disseminate and also dissect the facts that are affecting our nation towards making it a better place, and also trying to look at things from an objective perspective. One thing, as you have stated, Hoster, is that from my perspective, there are moments whereby I think, from my perspective, is that we're operating from a free gear perspective, whereby the tagline or the connotation of a consultative governance is lacking between the executive arm of the government, the legislative arm of the government, and also the judiciary. As much as they are all independent, then the fiber of a developmental economy must always be integrated towards the three, because there's no way we can have procedures or as operationalization of aspects without having the connection between the three. I'll give an example of the housing project that is being spearheaded by the Kenya Kwanza government, whereby issues emanating from how do we put on the procedures and how do we make this project come on board. And from this perspective, the executive is concentrating more on the baby being born rather than what also needs to be done, because this is also a process and a procedure. How do we get on board? How do we bring on board this baby? So the procedure and the process of making this baby is also very important towards the three arms of the government, and which they are pulling aside. Or else, if you recall what you have just showcased, what the Attorney General dictated and said, it shows that there is disinformation and there is lack of a consultative agreements towards the same. But I'm looking at it from another perspective, whereby there needs to be some kind of engagement between the three arms. And in an aspect whereby the executive wants to have its way, then I also want to believe that they will do all it pertains, more so from the legislative arm, to make sure that at the end of the day, the agenda, that is the affordable housing scheme or something of that sort, is achieved. But in the meantime, it must always have issues relating to question marks on the procedure, which now comes on board. And we are now talking about us having a marking scheme of what's supposed to be happen, rather than us having the process of 1+1, which leads to 2. So in short, they want us to have a 2 as the answer, instead of us having, is it 1.5 plus 0.5 or is it 1+1, which leads to 2. So for me, I think one thing that this government is literally not doing very well is trying to get solutions, or else trying to bring on board and force the end product of what they have always wanted to bring to the Kenyans, without engaging the right routes and the right processes, which I believe and trust that has its own dashes at the end of the day. And you can also look at the example of when we talk about the introduction of payments for services, the e-citizen platform and such. At the end of the day, yes, it might be having a long-term solution, but at the end of the day, what are these issues that are precipitating this? As much as it is, have we had the public participation and such kind of things being brought on board? So those are question marks that, from my perspective, I believe that needs to be answered. And at the end of the day, having solutions from the procedure perspective, rather than having solutions from the answer perspective, is more important than anything else. I submit, host.
Thank you so much, and feel welcome. Yes, Pen, what is it?
No, I can't. I'm very appreciative you gave me the opportunity, but I can't wait to support an idea like this one. It's very academic, reasoned out, seasoned, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to congratulate this guy. Whatever points he's raising, I mean, the government of today is focusing on this baby being born. Is not focusing on how this baby is going to survive and all this and that and that. I agree with him 100%, and we wish all the criticism that comes with this kind of ideas should be listened to in UDA. And I'm in UDA. I've listened to it, and that's very, very articulate, very sharp. And we have to picture all the other stuff. Who is going to get these houses? Vile nimesikia watu wengine wameuliza, Mama Boga cannot afford this. Mtu Hotel cannot afford this. So all these questions being answered as who is going to occupy these houses instead of focusing on building the houses. Thank you, Rio.
Thank you, Pen. That is it. You've heard it, my viewers. MCJS have said that the government is focusing on giving birth to the baby, not the procedure and the process of how this baby is going to be born. And if maybe I take you back to the last regime where we had the president Uhuru Kenyatta and his handshake brother when they were trying to bring the baby called BBI. They also focused too much on giving birth to the baby and they did not consider the process of giving birth to the baby, only for the court to tell them, yes, the baby has been born. You people have really done a lot. You bought clothes for a baby girl, a bouncing baby girl, but we are sorry that the process that you followed was wrong. And that is how the issue of the baby BBI got terminated. Millions and billions of taxpayers' money got lost. I hope that is not going to happen in the affordable housing, specifically when citizens are contributing right from their pockets. Karibu, Mr. Themba. I don't know where you are going to start from, but I know if you've been listening, at least you'll get a sequence on where to start and what to tackle. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leo, for this opportunity, and I greet all, Ben, Jeff, and MC Jesse. My comments will be limited to the points, first of all, that were raised by Mr. Jeff. Mr. Jeff gave an elaboration of what a tax and what tax does for us. In my view, I consider that very, very appropriate and academic. But we need to now translate that into our system. What are some of the things that have caused the jitteriness? What has caused the lack of trust? What is causing the animosity against what is happening? Is what MC Jesse has said, the process. What has been happening? In my view, the government of the day has not made any effort to, first of all, engage in public participation to educate the masses. And then number two, by their behavior, they have shown signs of not prudently using whatever money is there. So their desire to raise more funds to put in any area that they want to raises a lot of question marks. It raises a lot of question marks. The government of the day should be able to instill confidence on the population, whether they voted for you or not. The government of the day should be able to articulate their programs and using the constitution that they vowed to defend, they ought to use it in a way that is beneficial to Mwananchi. In my views, part of the rhetoric that has been happening from the government of the day suggests otherwise. When the head of state, who is supposed to be, a symbol of national unity, commenting in a manner to suggest that he's not going to be obedient to what has been ruled by the courts, it leaves a lot to be desired. So to Jeff, the problem is not that Kenyans don't know the use of taxes. The problem is that monies that have been collected before have been pilfered, have been stolen. There has not been accountability from the government and either its associates or its agent on how the money is being used. And that causes the lack of trust. That causes the acrimony. If a government cannot instill trust, inspire trust from its citizenry, it causes the things that we are going through. And it is not wrong for a citizen to wake up and question. It is not It's not for lack of ignorance. It's not for ignorance that they are asking. It's because history has proven that time and time again, a government, if not checked, it will squeeze you, it will hurt you to death. One of the countries, if you check, that is highly taxing its citizens is in the whole world is Ivory Coast. 60% of a person's income goes to tax. But Ivory Coast is rated as one of the poorest countries in Africa. But in the world, it is one that is taxing highly, 60%. So when you tell us that taxes necessarily will make the country go, then Ivory Coast should have been probably one of the leading countries that is growing because of taxing its citizens. It has not done that. So coming to tell us that, oh, you are taxed so that the country can grow, no. Taxes do not necessarily grow a country. Prudent use of resources is what grows a country. Prudent use of whatever income that you have. When we talk about corruption, money getting lost, from the statistics that have been revealed, about 7.3% of the country's GDP in Kenya gets lost out of corruption. What has happened to that extent? And then number two, I was just trying to indicate what Jeff has said, and I thought I should correct that. The problem of Kenyans is not lack of information. It's not that they don't know where tax is being used and how it's supposed to be spent. There's enough information out there. The problem is the historical behavior. When you give your tax, if I give my tax and I'll wake up and still be able to see road maintenance, services provided, healthcare provided, then I think there would be less and less of question. You talk about the US, people pay taxes, but they see where the taxes are going. You know, you're able to see road networks, you're able to get the services as compared to where, Kenya. Secondly, I want to also comment on what Attorney General has said. It is indicative, and in my view, maybe I find it very interesting that the Attorney General would come to the committee and suggest that he was not consulted. That means that it is not by luck or by sheer coincidence that he came and said that he was not consulted, or he differs with the majority leader in that committee. You see, in my view, it indicates a lot more that is happening about this thing. And maybe in due course, we are going to know that probably as much as we are being told that it is a very grand idea and it's going to bring that, there's a lot of interest that is even going to divide this particular government in the middle. Because for Attorney General to come there and say that the president has been, talking about this thing every time, and he says that it was in their portfolio, it was in their manifesto, and they have been saying that they have a plan, and yet the Attorney General comes up and says that the implementation plan and whatever process have taken place, his office was not consulted. Indeed, he has been rather quiet all along. And even when it went to the courts, I didn't hear him speak. So in my view, I think there's deeper division in this government as far as the housing plan is concerned, and many other things that are now falling by the courts. Now, I wish to tell this government, if they can listen. One of the areas that was a thorny issue in the previous regime, Uhuru regime, was because he had the knack of not obeying court orders. Some of the court orders that were given by the courts were not obeyed. And that, in some view, personally, I wasn't impressed by that. And it caused part of the problem that he was now having with the courts. You see, for example, Uhuru decides that when instead of appointing these judges, he refuses to appoint them and says that he suspects that they have corruption. He's suspecting corruption issues after they have been forwarded to him. Now, the Constitution is very clear. Appoint them. If there are any issues that need to be done, there has to be a process of removing them. Or before they were appointed, there ought to have been a way of even putting forward the information before they are appointed. But you see, when they have already been nominated and sent to him, then you say that I won't appoint them. That was, in my view, overstepping, which caused a lot of strife between the judiciary and the executive. Now, I see that trend creeping up. I don't know if it is true or not, because again, it is the same judiciary that embraced this government. It is the same judiciary that held this government with kids' glove. It is the same judiciary that when Sakaja's papers were in doubt, they allowed him to run still, and he's the governor right now. It's the same judiciary that did not stand up and actually accused the litigants of words that had not been used before in terming their case as the words they used then, hot air. So I'm just wondering, at what point did the romance end between the judiciary and this executive, as it were? Or are we being treated to another interesting drama that is going to escalate and they're going to go for another meeting? I don't understand, Leo, how the judiciary would go to a meeting with the president to be given more funds. Yet the constitution is clear which body, allocates funds. You see?
So, Themba, no, that's the question that maybe I wanted to ask you next, because we are having three arms of the government. Each and every arm has got some designated roles. Yeah, like if the judiciary wanted more funds, they would have gone to the parliament. That is where allocation and everything and budgeting is being done. But now the question that somebody will be asking, could it be that we are having a government whereby the roles have been scrambled? No department knows what they're supposed to do. I'm going to play for you a video here, which is claiming that, according to the Auditor General, that the executive of the government has been spending money without approval of the parliament. So with that, the question that I'm going to pose to all of you, do we still have a parliament, or do we really need the current parliament? Is this parliament so effective, or the parliament lost its role? Because everything that is happening, the blame goes back to the parliament. It is the same parliament that the Attorney General have told you that the leader of majority presenting the affordable housing bill ignored and lied to the parliament that this bill does not involve the county assembly. Do you want to tell me that 290 elected members of parliament, the nominated members, the 12 nominated members, and all those 300 plus could not be able to scrutinize this document and see the relationship between the county and the national government? So that's a question maybe that I need to ask you. Do we have a parliament, really?
Rio. Hello?
Yes, Nyagaka.
Yeah, kwanza ni kupongeza sana huyu Themba vile amezungumza. That's very academic and that's very nice. Lakini hii mbili ya mwisho ambao nitakujibu ni kwamba most of those years were Kenyatta ruling that Nancy Gatungu pointed out. Your question unauliza. Most of those years were Uhuru years. Ya Ruto ni 2022, 2023. Hiyo ndio tutaona, lakini 99% of ya hiyo ni miaka ya Kenyatta na miaka ya Raila na Kenyatta. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll play it. I know Ruto has been there for 1 year, and if in his 1 year the appropriation or maybe the spending has not been approved, then it means 100% of the time that you've been there have not been approved. So that one means that is the trend. So when we have to address this thing, I think we need to address it holistically. We don't need to give an excuse. I like how Themba said that the problem that Uhuru Kenyatta had is that he ignored the courts, and this is what brought a lot of problems. So we didn't expect William Ruto, who campaigned against Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru's candidature, also to proceed or to continue doing the same. But it's up to you people to tell us that is why we are having this kind of debate, so that we can be able to get each and everybody's view, because you'll find that what person A believes in is not what person B believes in. So we need to share our views together, tolerate each other, then come up with ways that can better these countries. So Themba, I think you are the one who was proceeding. I'll give you your few minutes before maybe we look at the next thing.
Yeah, thank you, Leo, for the question you are asking. Kenya Kaka probably got my threw me off the trajectory. But I want to suggest this. The relationship between the states and the parliament in our Kenyan politics has been more of a paper. In practice, it has been more of a theory. In theory, we have three arms of government. I think Ben's mic is, yeah. In paper, in theory, we have, like Jeff said, that we have three arms of government. We have the legislature, we have the judiciary, and we have the executive. And of course, right now we have the county government. That is on paper, right? But in practice, it is very hard to tell the difference between the ruling party and the government. And it is also very hard to tell the difference sometimes in the judiciary and the government, right? I want to give you an instance parliament and the executive, the legislature and the executive. I want to give you an example that I found very interesting. And these are lawyers. These are people who are well learned, right? Wetangula is supposed to be the Speaker of the National Assembly. So the National Assembly ideally is supposed to be checking and balancing the executive, whereby they agree with what they balance. They say they give the executive where it does right, but also check where the executive does wrong. So the Speaker of the National Assembly is probably the president of the legislature, all right? Now, the other day, I read in the news that the Speaker was in Western and had formed a caucus of a number of Western MPs with their sole responsibility to go to the executive and ask for development that will come to Western area, right? Now, think about it. For me, I'm like, okay, fine. We are now living in a very interesting time. If the Speaker, who is supposed to chair, in Parliament, when the budget committee sits and then they bring it to the floor, is the one who chairs the passing of that budget, supplementary budget, any money that is going to the county. I mean, all those kind of things are passed in Parliament, right? So the Speaker, who is probably ideally supposed to be the boss in allocating even money to the executive, is now saying that they're going to form a caucus to go to the executive to beg for development. And in this case, the Western MPs. In my view, I found that as it's very interesting times that we are living, and it shows the marrying of the legislature and the executive. And also it shows you of how the paperwork that we are having in terms of you have executive, you have legislature in Kenya there's a thin line.
But Themba, just a minute, maybe to pause this on to you. Maybe the Speaker forming that caucus, he did not do it as the Speaker of the National Assembly, but as a private citizen from the western part of Kenya. So he went as Moses Wetangula. And again, you'll remember that some time back, there are some regions whereby their MPs, the area members of parliament, the ones who sit in the parliament, the ones who some are part of the budgeting and allocation committee, also head the groups. They formed a caucus of members of parliament from specific regions. For example, the Nyanza members of parliament going to State House to go and get development. So is it not the same thing?
That's an argument that I like. The first argument you're saying that he talks in his private capacity as Wetangula. But you see, at what point do you get off do you get off the badge of the Speaker of the National Assembly, and at what point do you become a private citizen? You know, it doesn't. Whenever you are in a public office, anything you do is is in public. All right, you are a public is questions, and we question you as a Speaker of the National Assembly. So the argument that he was talking in his private capacity does not rise. You are the Speaker of the National Assembly. So anything you say, you'll be quoted as a Speaker of the National Assembly. And the other thing that you said that Nyanza politicians forming caucus to go to State House to ask for development, in my view, I suggest is a hangover from the Moi regime. You know, some of us have not really weaned ourselves from the Moi regime kind of thinking, where people would flock, and safely to say, even the president right now, those are scions of the Moi regime. And their way of development was you needed to go beg for development. You see, as Jeff had said here, that it is your right as a citizen of the country to access development, whichever party you vote for. Whichever, there's nowhere that is required your MP to go to State House to go and bring development. That is the most backward thinking way that people. The same MP is not going to Parliament to pass bills and even to ask questions about his constituency, because you're supposed to go to Parliament and ask questions about your constituency. That I have this road. We would want to have the Minister for Roads to come here and answer questions about road in my constituency that has not been made for the past many years. And yet this budgeting was done for it. They're supposed to ask those questions in Parliament, because when budgeting is being passed, they're supposed to give contributions. Not refuse to participate in Parliament, but go back and pretend to go to State House to beg for development. That is the most backward thinking of a politician in this century, you see? And some of it is actually being propagated by young politicians that you'd expect that their exposure and their reading would be different. You know, what they pretend to go and bring from State House is actually their personal, grandiose needs, you know? So they go there and pretend that it is for the constituency they are going there. I mean, we have 300, I don't know how many parliamentarians. How many of them will be going to State House? You see? And we have MPs who are not going to State House, but they are still implementing development in their constituencies. When you pass CDF and you took it to every parliamentarian, so what have they done with it? You see? So we probably, as a citizen, need to start asking very important questions to our MPs. Politics, I mean, I heard Jeff saying that we are politicizing everything. Politics is part of us. Even that leadership is politics. So everything that you're doing is about politics, you know. So we need to ask them questions. When they say they are going to State House, what does the Constitution say? You know? But I want to give you back, Leo, and say this. Our interaction between the executive, legislature, and judiciary in our constitution and in our scenario in Kenya, it's very much theoretical. It is not practical. You know, it doesn't usually translate, because when it comes to practicality, other things now obtain. And that's where now you find the judiciary deciding that we want to meet the executive to arrive at an agreement. There's nowhere where the executive is supposed to be meeting with the judiciary to arrive at what agreement. I mean, the judiciary is like a place where you can go if you feel the government is mistreating you. So why would you have the person who is mistreating you meeting with the person who is supposed to take care of you? You know, because if we feel mistreated, where do we go? We run to the court. Now, when courts meet with the executive, now in this case, the housing thing, they are taxing us. So the person who is supposed to help me out, can you imagine the person who is supposed to help you out meeting with the person who is oppressing you? What outcome do you expect from that? You see, that in itself, even if it was nothing else, already the image was telling. But the good thing about the courts, even if they talk to CJ Koome, a judge will only listen to the facts before him. He will not listen to direction from someone. Maybe even the CJ himself cannot control the judges unless they do what I heard that they are trying to do. Fill the judiciary with friendly judges. Which they want to do progressively, probably to have friendly judges, so that anything that will be. You remember during Uhuru's term, there was one judgment that was made, I think, at night by some friendly judges. I want to remember that particular case, because later it was being asked at what point was the judgment written, and the judge was actually on leave. Even Sakaja's case was written by the judge who was apparently supposed to be on leave. You see, now when you fill the courts with friendly judges, that is what you get. Leo, back to you.
Thank you for that. And before maybe I get back to Jesse and Jeff, you people just allow me to play this shortly, just for some 2-3 minutes, then we'll proceed from there. Otherwise, the ones who are joining us now and wondering, these are Freak 24-hour TV. These are political talk that brings us together to discuss matters Kenyan politics, irrespective of where you are joining from across the world, or irrespective of your political alienation. So your opinion counts, and we respect each and everyone's opinion. So if you've not subscribed to our channel, I know there are some who are following us from Tembei TV, ensure that you subscribe to Afrique 24-hour TV. We are not only having these political talks, we're also having some other programs, and the ones who subscribe will be able to tell you that we are having Bed of Roses. That one will come to you every Friday, 8 p.m. East African time. Just matters of love, matters of relationship, be it intimate relationship and some family relationship. So you'll get an opportunity to participate in such kind of talks. We are also having Dr. Shamba that comes on your screen every Sunday evening. You want to know things to do with the land, things to do with land transfer, and how and where to get genuine land, and how to go about owning that land until you get your title deed. You need to subscribe to Afrique 24 Hours TV. And not forgetting that every morning we are also having a newspaper review whereby we connect you with the African stories early in the morning, just as you wake up. So kama hujafinya hiyo button ya subscription, ensure you do it now. And that is the only way that you can be able to support this program. We are not asking much. We are just asking for you to subscribe so that we can be able to grow together. So have a look at this, then I'll get your views on it.
An Auditor General's report on supplementary budget expenditure has revealed how the government spent 147 billion shillings without the National Assembly's approval. The report by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu shows that a total of 595 billion shillings was irregularly withdrawn from the Exchequer over the last 9 years, a practice the auditor says diminishes trust and confidence in the government and increases the risk of corruption and wastage of public resources. Our very own Seth Olale reports on details, the queries, the raises by the Auditor General on the unsanctioned withdrawals of billions of shillings in key ministries such as Treasury, Health, and Education. Take a listen.
Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has raised alarm over continued increase in withdrawals of funds under Article 223 of the Constitution that allows Treasury to spend funds before seeking the approval of the National Assembly. A report by the Auditor General shows that the unsanctioned withdrawals has increased over 13,000% during the 2022-2023 financial year, with a total of 147.3 billion shillings withdrawn irregularly.
What is appalling is that in the last year of the elections, 147 billion Kenya shillings was spent without the authority of Parliament. So we have a situation where Parliament has been unable to approve some money spent.
The special audit report revealing that 5 billion shillings for recurrent expenditure and an additional 2.8 billion shillings for development expenditure requested by 5 government ministries, departments and agencies were approved by the Controller of Budget but were not disclosed in the information submitted to the National Treasury. In addition, 6 ministries and departments incurred expenditure totaling 47.2 billion shillings, which was over and above the amount approved by the National Treasury as additional funding granted under Article 223 of the Constitution. The report revealing that some government ministries and departments exceeded the 10% threshold of the appropriated budget, thus flouting the Public Finance Management Act 2012. The auditor highlighting flaws in purchase of shares by the National Treasury during the financial year 2022-2023. The report, despite the government releasing 6.3 billion shillings to purchase shares in Eastern and South African Trade Development Bank and Africa, Export-Import Bank, Afrimix, there is no proof of the procurement. The auditor stating, and I quote, "Our request on Eastern and Southern African Trade Development Bank shareholding has not been responded to date. As a result, we were unable to confirm purchase of shares and to determine whether there were any benefits that may have accrued to the government of Kenya." The Auditor General also flagging 7.4 billion shillings approved by Treasury for the fertilizer e-subsidy program in September 2022 by stating that although the fertilizer had been distributed to farmers, the program may not have achieved its intended objective as the distribution of the fertilizer was not in time for the planting season. Another program being queried by the auditor is the 21 billion shillings funds meant for distribution of relief food for the financial year 2016-2022. The Auditor General states that there were minimal guidelines on relief food distribution, failure to prepare and submit returns on food distribution, failure to fund authority to incur expenditure at the county level, and incomplete distribution lists.
And we now find ourselves in a lacuna that is occasioned by the Constitution, by the silence of the Constitution about the 223. And we would want, because I cry for this country, that if that was to continue and to be allowed to continue, then we would have our country going to the dogs completely.
The audit irregularities extend to the Ministry of Health, where despite sinking over 500 billion shillings in construction of 17 health facilities, the auditor says, and I quote, "Most facilities were not in use due to various reasons, such as hospitals lacking the required infrastructure to install the equipment. In addition, hospitals were fitted with faulty equipment valued at 185 million shillings, while equipment worth 155 million were yet to be installed in the financial year 2022-2023. There are also audit queries regarding the 1.7 billion shillings used in the supply of CT scans to health facilities after it emerged that CT scans machines in 6 out of 27 hospitals had expired. In the Ministry of Education, 13.5 billion shillings is in question over the capitation of grade 7 learners in junior secondary schools in the financial year 2022-2023, with the report revealing that 7,340 learners in 187 sampled junior secondary schools did not receive capitation. In addition, 8 schools did not receive capitation, denying learners access to quality education. There are also audit queries on the 2 billion shillings competency-based curriculum classroom construction project, in that, inasmuch as the funds were meant for construction of 10,000 classrooms, there was poor workmanship in 215 schools at the time of the audit, with 9 classrooms left incomplete, while 30 classrooms were not in use. The latest revelations from the office.
That is it. That is it. Jeff, what is your take on that? Do we still need to have these other arms of government independent with different roles like oversight and approvals, or we just need to combine all these things together and say, let us pick judiciary, executive, and parliament and make them one thing and call them government of Kenya and allow one person to oversee them?
Yeah, I have listened to that clip there, and I was very keen, and I heard them talk of 147 billions for the last 9 years, something like that, withdrawn without due process by the government. That is to say that we have loopholes that we need to seal. And, the government is wide. Maybe there are processes that have not been stipulated clearly, such that, what happens when you go to the office, you continue where the other government stopped. So what we are supposed to do is to seal those loopholes. And that is auditor's report. What happens when people are being audited? All the queries are put together, and then they are forwarded to various ministries. Then they respond to those queries to make sure that there was no corruption involved, or for them to explain what happened and how they spent the money that was distributed to them. Those are normal government processes, and even organizations do the same. So we cannot say that because most of that, we have seen everything there. They are saying that money was approved by the treasury. So now the question is how the money has been utilized. Like now, when you say the money for the schools were distributed, but 8 schools did not get, what we should now ask is, was money allocated for the 8 schools? If yes, where is the money? That is what happens. So that's why we have those auditors' queries. So I may not be in a position to discuss in details at this time, because now after that, the investigators take up the matters and now call the relevant ministries, departments to answer their questions. So, but still, I believe there are those loopholes, and also the precedents. You saw what the controller of budget said about the former regime, where the president would just make a call and say, release to Rio this amount of money. So we need to seal those loopholes because at the end of the day, they affect the performance of the government. But I wanted to talk something, if you give me a minute. And I hope Themba is listening to me, because I wanted to have a debate with him. First of all, Themba is a gentleman because he uses a formal or a good way of communication, not like many people of the other side. He doesn't abuse anyone. He doesn't insult, and he articulates his issues in a very good way. That is why I wanted to have a debate with him, because he said most of the things of the or he said Kenya Kwanza government, everything or most of the things are about theories, but there is nothing practical about it, which I beg to respectfully differ with that. Because when we talk of practical, is what can we see? What can we see? What can we see is that in the last 1 year, the counties or the county governments have not been complaining about receiving their allocations. They have been receiving their allocations in the right time. Should we criticize the government for doing the right thing? That was not the case in the previous regime. The counties were always at loggerhead, sometimes even almost closing down the county governments because of not receiving what was meant for the counties. we saw a lot of disorganization when it came to dispersing the money to the counties or to the county governments in the last regime. William Ruto and the government of Kenya Kwanza, they have really tried to fix that problem. They may not be 100% perfect, but the fact that they were able to do that in the last 1 year, distributing the money to the county in the right time, it means that the services are able to reach to the common mwananchi from the county governments. So we also can say, I'm talking about the practicability because practical is what people can see. We also can say it is because of the Kenya Kwanza government that Kenya has been placed at a higher place in the global arena. Rio, you remember that for the first time, Kenya has held a very successful African climate change summit, where the Nairobi Declaration was made in the matters of climate change. People across the world came to Kenya, every nation of the world represented, because of the effort of our president to fight for climate change. And you saw how much he talked about it, and the world agreed with him. That is not a kind of a person. I hear some people calling him stupid. William Ruto, if we are to call anybody stupid, I think it's not Dr. William Ruto. Whenever he starts to articulate his issues, he knows what to say, to whom, what time, and how. That is what we call wisdom. Remember, we have so many nations in Africa, but Kenya was selected as the nation that was going to hold the climate summit. Why? It is because of our president and his wisdom. I also want to talk about the Hustler funds. There are people who are saying, oh, nobody is talking about Hustler funds. The Hustler funds is not successful. I remember last time we had a debate here, Rio, and I gave the figures, and we saw that Hustler funds, the government has distributed billions of money to Kenyans. Remember, before the Hustler funds, people were complaining so much by the high interest rates from Freezer and Cyrock. And the government tried to come in and chip in and try to help the nation. Freezer, how much do people borrow? As little as 20, 50, 100. But the government started with 500 to 200 as personal loans. Right now, to 20,000 as personal loans. Right now, we have what we call money for chamas, money for SACCO. You can borrow up to 1 million. Instead of trying to shoot down every effort that the government is trying to put, we as the people who are intellectuals should try to advise our people on what they are supposed to do to be able to apply for this money. Because Rio, people are paying only 0.002% every day for Hustler funds. So that is to say, in a year, you are only paying 8%. If you form a SACCO or a chama and borrow this 1 million, you will do whatever you want to do with this money for 12 months. And at the end of the year, you only top up 80,000 and refer the money to the government. That's what it means in a layman's language. So what we can do, it is to advise the people that billions of money is there waiting for you. Strategize yourself. Have a good saving culture. If you don't, you cannot get money when the banks are saying no to you because you don't have good history. Start from Hustler funds. That is a good thing. We have seen it. It is succeeding. But for those who are just want to dismiss everything the government is doing, I cannot see that as a success. We have seen the industrial parks coming up, which mostly is benefiting the Azimio governors, because I think they are more smarter than our governors, because Our governors, they are there, started fighting. This is fighting who. This Moses Kuria is going to become so popular with this project of industrial parks. But the Azimio governors took it and ran away with it. So these are good things that we can see practically. If they can be implemented, Kenya will never be the same again. So even the affordable housing is a good and a brilliant idea. These are practical things. These are not theories. These are not stories. These are things that we can see within 1 year that the government is trying to put them down. Last time when I was here, I was able to give the figures of how many units the government has already launched. When I was here, I was able to give the figures of how much money has been distributed to the Hustler funds and how much has people paid back to the government. So what we can do as intellectuals is to do research and give accurate information to the people down there, because they are looking upon us to give them information so that they can know how to act, so that they can know how to get the Hustler funds, let them know how they can get these houses at the end of the day. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you for your submission. Let me give it to Jesse. You've seen how the government is spending money without the approval of parliament. It is not only the current government, but it is something that has been happening. And this against the 2010 constitution. So the question I'm asking, do we really need different arms of the government, or these arms of the government should just be put together so that we only have one thing called the government of Kenya? And if it is the president, then we have the president controlling the bills in parliament, the president approving the allocation, the president interpreting the law. Are we headed there?
Thank you so much for that question and an issue of major concern. But I want also to start with a question. Yes, the government or the executive has done some expenditure without the approval of the legislative arm. Which action or what do we get out of that? Have we broken the law? Yes. How are we going to overlap this, or how are we going to correct this? And the solution is this, host, we must have a mature conversation and ask ourselves, to what extent should the three arms of government be collaborative? And to what extent can we allow them to be in the same bed, sharing the same bed, to a point that we can have progressive, democratic development issues that are related on agendas and not issues that are supposed to pull us back? And this, when we are able to answer this question, I believe and trust that we can be able now to basically say that we are a mature democracy. But a mature democracy dictates that independently, the three arms of the government can work without coercion, without intimidation, or without any kind of form of maybe negligence or looking like they are not doing their role. But are we there yet as a country, Kenya? Are we in a position whereby the judiciary can, in its own perspective, work without any intimidation from the executive arm of the government, and also without the encroaching or without being deprived of their what you call maybe whatever has been allocated by them through the legislative arm? We have had even cases whereby the legislative arm has always come on board and threatened the judiciary that now, because of what we are doing, we are going to cut down on that. That shows that we are yet to be a mature democracy. And for me, how I will interpret this is that we have to come to a point whereby we have to have a tolerating environment until we reach those levels of maturity. To what extent now do we allow objectively the legislative arm of the government to come on board and work with the other arms? When you're talking about this expenditure, fine, this has been spent, and at the end of the day, something was not done correctly. Which is the lesser evil here? The most important thing is that everybody will go to the street, shout that you didn't do this at the end of the day, but the expenditure has gone on board. everything has happened. Can we have the accountability now coming on board so that for this perspective it becomes less evil? We are having accountability for what has been spent as we move towards the democratic perspective, as we move towards making sure that as a country we come on board. I had written and commented that whatever is good for the goose, and definitely we can answer the other part, and that is what is ailing part and parcel of the Kenyan system. Look at the former regime, what was happening. There were intimidations here and there. You'll hear allegations of what the executive was doing to the judiciary and also to the legislative arm. To this government, the same is happening. So we are rotating. It is a spinning kind of a game. The monkeys are still the same at the end of the day. And that's why I'm saying, as a growing economy which needs to mature up and also style up in terms of accountability and also operationalization of occurrences and such, we need to understand that as much as we are not yet there, these loopholes must be there. And the only way to let this be is looking at things from an objective perspective. Because I can assure you, 10 years to come from now, the same government or another government that comes on board will have the same issues, will have the same intimidation coming on board and such kind of things. And that will not halt or else will not augur well. My last point I'll say is this. In each and every government that is being formed, there is always the manifesto that comes on board. We are so used to clapping for the manifesto because even if an issue is object oriented or objective oriented, look at the housing project. This was there during the Jubilee government. However, it is not, or as it was not implemented in the Jubilee government. It has come on board when you are having the Kenya Kwanza government. And I tend to ask ourselves a question, starting with us panelists here. How many of us critically looked at that aspect to a point that we pinpointed the weaknesses or the loose ends that we may be getting, or whatever we are questioning right now? We had a chance to look at that. We had a chance to ask these questions. But were we courageous enough to ask these questions? No, we were not. So the last person who will be maybe sincere, or else the last person who will always outrightly give out himself or herself to the truthful nature is a politician. We will never allow, or else we'll never be, we will always look for what is convenient to ourselves. And that is why we will always have these issues. So we need to ask, even when electioneering period and such, we need to ask ourselves questions that are critically or as critical to the operationalization. Because I wish we criticized this housing issue when it came out in the manifesto. But right now, how many of us can say this is not what we promised? I submit.
Thank you so much. SG, karibu. Wakati ni wako. I think you've also had Jeff has really said that things are going on well. So far, we've had Kenya hosting the first climate change summit. And apart from that, there is a lot of good things that are going to happen in this country. Despite the fact that we've also seen that there have been some misunderstanding between the three levels or the three departments of government. There's misunderstanding between the executive and the judiciary. We are also having some misunderstanding between the executive and the parliament, or the parliament and the judiciary, whereby the parliament, the other day you saw an MP saying that, okay, judiciary, if you make this decision, we are telling the president to go ahead, or we are also going to cut down your spending. And that one is also sad, because you'll find that the role of the parliament is to make laws, and now the court is interpreting the same laws made by the legislatures. So if you see a legislature advising the president to ignore the laws that they've made in parliament, that is why I'm asking the question, do we really need the parliament at the moment, or we can as well do without that parliament? SG.
Thank you so much, Leo. Before I come to that of independence of institutions, I think it's good we cannot sit here and misinform the public. First of all, I want to say that the last 1 year and a half of the Kenya Kwanza government has displayed a lot of ignorance, and there is nothing unless you have a microscope to see what Kenya Kwanza has done. To start with, you're talking about the summit. The summit, how is Kenya, how is weather a problem in Kenya to start with? Because the multinationals that are destroying the ozone layer they are not even hosting these things. They don't even care about the environment itself. So this is a diversionary summit to get away from the actual things that Kenyans are going through and bring issues that are not actually our problem and making them our problem. It is not our problem. And to make matters worse, we know Kenya Kwanza has authorized the cutting of trees in this country. Today, they have stationed very log people in the forest. Like Abadea is almost gone now. So we know that whatever they say from this mouth is not what they do from this. So it's an inept government. That's one I can tell you. And then you talk about the Hustler Fund. 1.5 years later, the Hustler Fund has not helped anybody, except those people who are taking Mogoka and these cheap drinks. But nobody has started a supermarket. Ama, you know of somebody? Do you know of somebody? It is when the government becomes a business. When government starts doing business with the people, then it gets we get it all wrong. The government should provide an environment where the private sector, the banks particularly, they can excel in these things of Riza and make a policy. If it is punitive for them for people, then they make the regulation so that people can get cheap loans and expand. That is what a government should not do. Should do. Government anywhere in the world. I don't know of any other country where the government involved itself as Shyrocks, because this government is a Shyrock. It has become a broker. It has become a business. It's doing business with the people, and it is absurd. The industrial park, they are all over this country. No industrial park is operational right now. Zimemea nyasi. I mean, I am trying to see what this government has done vis-a-vis what is has not done, and I'm perplexed as an individual because look at the dollar. It's at 167. You know, the last time the dollar skyrocketed like that was the days of Moi. I'm even tending to think maybe this is a cultural problem. We cannot have anything to celebrate in this government. Atiunga has come down. It's because of the rain, not because of it. Once this mvua imeisha, factory settings goes back. So for me, brother, we have tried to see what this government has done, except wearing bets, Gauda suits, and all those things, and speaking good English. But there's nothing practical and tangible people can see. Leo, I don't know whether in Kenya, there is nothing happening. Education is down. Yeah. People have taken, students have taken the government to court because of mismanagement of exams. The health sectors, we have seen people complaining of drugs, they are not there. I mean, it is havoc upon havoc. So we are, as a people who are practically in Kenya, we have never seen such kind of a government or such kind of incompetency. And it's sad when I hear people misleading other people, misleading Kenyans on how Kenya has grown or is going to the right direction. The exchange rate it's on the roof. The interest rate is on the roof right now. For the first time in the history of Kenya since 1960, the banking exchange rate, the interest rate has gone to 12%. That is the central bank rate, and which you cannot get loans from the central bank. But if you go to any bank, it is from 20 to 24. And then you are telling me here we have a lockstar president? No, we have to be real and understand that we are on the wrong direction, and this is the worst government that is gonna be in Kenya. On the issue of institutions, yes, we cannot change the constitution. This constitution is being tried. It is being tried because we have seen that the president is arbitrarily ignoring court orders. Because if the court has told you not to correct levies and not deduct people levies, you should stop. If they have told you not to use citizen, you should stop. That is why the constitution is there, to protect the people. Yes, the government can join hands with the parliament, but the judiciary should protect these people, because the reason why we have this constitution, it is for the people like Ruto, who didn't support the constitution, who are misquoting the constitution, that they are overseeing, that they say they were going to protect it. Because I even saw him telling people, I don't know whether it's in Nandi or in one of the counties in Mount Kenya. I don't know where he was, but he said that the constitution in section 25 gives him mandate to answer why levy is not being collected. Things that are abnormal, because it's not in that constitution. He has not read the constitution. He seems to be clueless on the constitution, and people have been laughing about it. Which section is this that he's quoting? Section 25. And therefore, it is absurd to think that the government can operate as an entity where there are no checks and balances. That one will not happen. But for Kenya government, the first 1.5 years, they have failed flat-footed, and I'm happy. Most of the people who thought or gave a lot of hope in them, they are now questioning. That is why you see that even members of parliament from KK are not even in the forefront to defend this government. They have realized if you defend this government, you might lose come 2027, because there's nothing they are doing that is of importance to the people. Those summits are supposed to be taken to China, where there is a lot of industrialization, so that they can reduce the pollution. They are supposed to be taken to India. In Kenya, we have no problem with the weather. We have one of the best weathers in the world. In fact, we have what we call air conditioned weather. So those summits were a waste of time and resources of the people of Kenya, and we don't need them here. We need conferences on how to eradicate poverty, cost of living, how to make sure that our children transit to school. Those are the problems we are struggling with, and even the issues of these houses. These houses, you are deducted. You don't know whether they are being built for the hustlers, or they are way of creating employment. So many unanswered questions. So it is mismanagement from all fronts. So kwangu, ndugu yangu, I'm sad to hear people thinking that there's something that has gone on in this country. There's nothing. The other day, even the governor who was hosted in Citizen said the last time he got his allocation was of November. I don't know when they are talking about they have been given on time. Which time? There's always complaint. Even the most counties have not received the December allocation, and we are in November. We are in February, and these are things that are known, unless people are not in Kenya. But those who are in Kenya know that governors are complaining on the allocation. So it is not. There is nothing this government has done. What we are congratulating them is they work on a very good looks. They look poor. They know how to look for good colors of kaunda suits and very expensive watches. That one we know they know, and they are very good in it. But the issues of progress and development and building this country is a zero. That one you know. Otherwise, you know every day, every headline today is no. There are no IDs. Like there is every day in the newspaper there is something new. The newspaper today says to get an ID in Kenya is a problem, and if you get it, it has expiry date. Yeah, we're going to put stall stations in roads that are not even existing. We stay kidogo kidogo, naambia your kuku will be charged. I mean, bure kabisa.
that you're saying bure kabisa, eh? On the comment section, karibu sana, naweza muona Geoffrey Ruto ako pale. Alex is saying that the Kenyan Central Bank on Tuesday raised its key interest rate to 13%. Okay, and they're saying that one is the highest after a long period of, is it 16 or 10 years? And they are saying that this one is going to help in curbing inflation and reducing the pressure that we are having on the dollar that SG is complaining about. But we also know that we had what was called G to G agreement in oil that was also meant to reduce the pressure in dollar. Geoffrey is saying that the KKA corrected a simple mistake made by the former regime by subsidizing consumption instead of production. Now see the price of unga, and someone here is still not understanding. Geoffrey, we've just listened to a report by the Auditor General that has told us that the fertilizers did not achieve the intended purpose because it was given at a wrong time. That is just for a general information. Uhuru and his hand-check brother destroyed the economy. Now that the government is trying to correct the mistake, Azimio are on top of the roof criticizing, forgetting that this is their own mess. Those are the opinions of those people who are following on the comment section, and everybody is entitled to their opinion. So the Secretary General, Geoffrey, is telling you there, I don't know if you're going to respond to this, that the Kenya Kwanza is correct. They corrected a mistake that was made by the former regime, subsidizing consumption by just giving fertilizers, and now the price of unga is down. The price that, according to him, he believes was raised by the former regime. What is your response to that?
Wacha hii jua itugonge miezi sita. We'll go back to factory setting. That is the reality. In any case, what else has reduced except unga? Rice is still expensive. Mafuta ya kupika ni expensive. Ya gari ni expensive. Stima ni expensive. So what are they talking about? They could have also brought fertilizer to KPLC so that we have cheap electricity. The thing is, this government has to look for small things to magnify to see as if they are doing anything. But the price of unga will, I mean, it is not the only problem we have anyway, even if it was reduced by KK. But I know deep down my heart, it is because God has given us good rains and the harvest was nice, not because of a fertilizer or anything. It is because God had given us good rains. But now that rains are over, we'll go back to factory setting. Unga will join his friends. Unga will join the friends of Mochere and the mafuta ya kupika and the unga ya ngano, so that they go back to where they were. The thing is, we have not, unless you have a very special microscope to see development of Kenya Kwanza. From where I sit, and that is where many people sit, there's nothing that you can enjoy. In fact, there's nothing to smile about in this government. Yes, they are good in propaganda, they are good in storytelling, and that is why they are stuck, wanatustaki kwa Mungu, because people are complaining. Wameru walisema wataki uongo because hizo stories za jaba wamesikia sana. You cannot be a president going on top of a roof. If you are not on top of a roof, you are you are in the plane. If you're not in the plane, you're in the church. And telling us the obvious. Yeah, nitawapanga, nitawafanyia, nitawatafutia kazi. It is obvious. Do it. You don't have to go tell people, chukueni computer. Chukua computer. Utapata dollar. It doesn't work like that. That is the lowest we have ever gotten as a country, where the president is launching even things like school feeding programs. Yeah, opening a school that has been renovated by Safaricom. The other day I saw him opening a school renovated by Safaricom Foundation. And you can imagine how many vehicles had come from Nairobi to go and open that renovated school. It is sad because the much money they used, like I am imagining for him to use a plane and several limousines and Brados, it costed almost 100 million. That is even more than the renovated school. So some of these things the president should leave to MCAs, yeah, or people who are even headmen. To me, I think I had even a chief can open a school like that one, and those school feeding program can be opened by MCAs, so that he focuses on things like sending Kenyans to the moon or something of a sort, as astronauts or nuclear weapon or nuclear power, things that are significant. When other people are dealing with the techno cities and whatever, our president is running around with limousine, opening bridges that are not existing and houses that are not even supposed to be. Uhuru built these houses without any levy. Yeah, and in fact, he never launched them. So the president running around with limousine showing us how he is very hardworking, it is not helping this country. We know he is a very active person, hmm? But that activity has no achievement. And there's a difference. You can be so full of activity, but little activity. You can achievement. You can be in motion, but you have no movement. That is the Kenya Kwanza government. You are always here, there, nothing. But when we are counting the balance sheet, it is zero. That is the president we have in Kenya, spending a lot of money, telling us how we should be levied. And in any case, this guy telling us about, had somebody told us, Sijui, we have to have taxes to pay our police, we have to have taxes to pay our army and build roads. Kwani this is the first time we are paying our police? Is it the first time we are deducting taxes? These people have been paid before. They've been paid their taxes. What we are saying is that you do not overtax people. You cannot tax Kenyans to prosperity or Kenya to prosperity. Yeah. Uhuru built these houses without taxing us. Yeah. He paid people salaries without taxing us, overtaxing us. So it is not here or there. You have to pay taxes. People have been paying taxes since independence, and things have been moving on. So hiyo story my brother anatuambia sijui ya nini ya unga, hiyo tunajua ni Mungu, si Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you so much. That's the opinion of Secretary General. Those are the panelist opinion. They are not the opinions or the words of the Freak 24 Hour. Here we are just giving you a platform and an opportunity to discuss that you have in your mind. So let me just give people an opportunity here to give their final remarks. I think it has been we projected for 2 hours, but we've gone almost 3 hours of some good debate, some sober debate, and we've been speaking as Kenyans, trying to see what went wrong and making comparisons on how it can be done better. So as we are giving the final remarks, I just want to remind you that the morning show is back, the newspaper review and the morning updates. So catch up with us tomorrow. That is at 7 a.m. East African time. So usikose. And tomorrow is Thursday. On Friday, those people who normally watch The Bed of Roses, the show will be live from 8 p.m. East African time. And as I said earlier, this is an exclusive show that will only be projected in the Afrique 24 TV. So if you've been following from other channels like Mtembei, so you'll have to subscribe to Afrique 24 so that you can be able to get these kind of programs delivered to you one-on-one. And when I say subscribing, I know some people are wondering, there is what is called a paid mode whereby you have to pay some subscription or fee every month. No, in this case, the subscription is free. You're not paying anything. You only need to take a minute and press on the subscription button. Then turn on the notification bell so that whenever the programs are live, you get notified. So you only need to do that within a minute. And you can also support us by sharing with your friends and telling them to do so. It doesn't mean that they have to watch all our shows. We are having several tailored shows. So if you don't like politics, obviously you'll be able to like some other programs like Dr. Shamba. We are having some programs like The Bed of Roses. We are having the morning newspaper update. So you don't need to like politics for you to subscribe to this channel. So we are all round and we ensure that everybody's content is availed. Meanwhile, you can also send an email telling us on some of the areas that you would want us to cover so that we can make Afrique a better home for you, your family, your friends, and your relatives. So thank you so much for those people who joined the show today, the ones who are joining now, and the ones who are going to join tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Goodyear is saying that SG Kamau, don't we have global emissions? We still burn coal, trees, greenhouse effect. All that impacts us through heat waves, intense drought in North Kenya, rising sea levels, and destroying lives. Dr. Recap, it's glad having you. The show is made well and the show becomes successful when you people watch, and not only watch and keep quiet. You need to make it as interactive as possible through the comments on the comment section. And once in a while, if you have an opportunity and time, you can also use the links that you normally share so that you can be able to join us live. So I can see Nico Diambo has also joined us. So maybe because he's not said anything, I'll allow him to give his opening, closing, or continuing remarks. Karibu sana, Nick.
Thank you, Leo, for the wonderful show. Thank you. I can see Jeff and MC Jesse. The reason why I came in is because I know SG Kamau is always misleading the general public, and I know where his bread is buttered. He said that Uhuru built the houses without asking for any money. The only difference is that, and we want this to go on record, Uhuru built the houses using taxpayers' money. The only thing he did, it was voluntary. So don't say that Uhuru did not ask people for money. Uhuru used our money to build those houses that you are saying, that you are seeing. And also, you also have to know that it was in conjunction with Habitat. Yeah, so most of the funding came from Habitat as a donation. So when you are giving your facts, please learn to say the truth, even if you belong to the other side. Facts are very, very important, but sometimes facts are also stubborn on the other side. Let us stick to the facts. These houses are things that we need. When you hear SG Kamau saying that the environment is not important, I wonder which world you are in. I wonder where you sound like a Trump supporter. Yeah, people who think that the environment is not important. Oh, this we are connected. We are connected globally. There are so many Kenyans who are working internationally and in many countries. So it is important that you understand the impact of global warming to the country. And remember, the person who wrote the chapter of global warming is a Kenyan by the name Professor Uma Muga. I don't think you even know that. So if you are rubbishing the guy who wrote about the ozone layer, it was one of our own, the late Professor Uma Muga. So this is science. So don't come in between science and try to bring some theories which are not there. These are things that have been tested. You have seen the erratic climates in Kenya. Our long rains no longer come the way they used to come. We have sometimes drought, which never used to be there before. Even if you go back to your village, the climate, the rainfalls are erratic. You never know when when it is time for planting. So that is the reason why it is important to have measures to mitigate climate change. And again, there is a lot of money that has been poured by the international community. What is wrong with Ruto looking for this money and bringing it back to our country for people to use it? Yeah, people to plant more trees. I agree with you when you say that the same president is saying we cut down trees. Yes, we cut down trees, but we cut one, you plant 1,000. So I mean that is the notion. When trees are planted, they will be cut at some point. Not that when trees are planted, they will not be cut. Trees grow old, they fall down, and trees can be cut for other purposes. The reason of planting trees is not just for climate change alone. Trees are cut in order to are planted in order to provide timber. Yeah, are planted in order to provide for you that furniture that you enjoy at home, unless your furniture is made of metal. It is made of wood. Your bed probably is made of wood. And that is why we plant trees. And again, to control the environment. Some people don't even know that when they drive, as I see him driving in the streets of Nairobi, and there's trees planted along the streets. Those trees are not for beautification. Those trees are to reduce the impact of carbon monoxide coming from your car. You know, that is the reason why trees need to be planted. Otherwise, thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Zalendo. And I can also say good day is also saying thank you for the clarification. And there is also, let me just read some few comments over there. I can see LX Media is saying that America is the largest coal miner, especially West Virginia. It's the largest power plant. Its largest power plant is from coal. Russia, China, and other 7G countries. Trust me, if we go to smart blah blah, our economy will fail. Mzalendo, what is your take on that?
Alex is talking about the politics that has been going around, and Biden has been telling them each and every time that he will create industries, multi-million industries, brought by clean gas and clean environment, other than polluting the environment with the coal. And that has been his drive, and that is the reason why he was elected president. On the other side, Republicans have been saying that we need to go the old ways, the way what Alex is propagating on the chat box. But that is not the way to go.
And maybe a question as you respond to that, you say that Biden was elected on the platform that is going to encourage the green energy and build the multi-million safe maybe companies and industries. And I think, if I'm not wrong, Biden is almost finishing his first term, and people are almost in the campaign mood. Have he achieved, or maybe if you have some projections or maybe some fact sheets, how many percent have we done on that maybe can give those people who did not believe in that some hope that, okay, this thing can be possible, let us not go back to the olden ways? Is there anything that you've done?
Yes, Biden has, like in the motor industry, America is producing more of electric cars and more of buses that are using gas other than vehicles that are using petrol. Fracking, what they call fracking, I don't know, fracking, in most of these areas that they do mining, it has been reduced drastically by the government. So some of these things, Alex is confusing me. Some of these things, he has managed to reduce them by passing laws in Congress that are not popular with the Republicans. They are not popular. But again, it can only go this far. But in states that are controlled by Republicans, they still maintain the status quo. They want their coal to continue. They want their mining to continue the way they used to do things. And they don't care about the climate change, just like SG is saying here. That's why I say most of Azimio supporters are like Donald Trump supporters. Everything that they say, from stealing over the elections to issues of environment, all the things that they talk about is the Republican playlist. So unfortunately, yeah, I hope I answered your question. Yeah, and again, you can see that the model, the Teslas, those are electric cars, and they are improving on them each and every time. The trucks are coming, the buses are coming. So there's a lot of things going on in America to mitigate climate change.
Answered. I was in the process of allowing people to give their final remarks. Okay, those are just some appreciating messages. Somebody's talking of the Professor Omamuga as unsung heroes. Yes, he was a great man, actually. And for those people who maybe saw him at the last moment when he was now passing out, he was a different person, a genius who later came to be neglected, and he died as if he never even had a family, and that is a story for another day. Zalenda, I think he comes from your region, those sides of Rangwe, if I'm not wrong. So I don't know what you people of Homa Bay did to your great son to that extent. Dr. Recap is also just the committee that presented the destruction of the ozone layer could not come up with the facts by how much degrees do we have to cool the earth for generating the ozone layer. So their findings were zero. So let me move on. To, I don't know, where should I start? Let me start with the SG, because you mentioned him. Maybe he might also want to give a response as he's giving his final remarks. SG.
Yeah, sawa sawa, wacha nimalizie na kusema it's good to also, as we speak the fact, let us also analyze our fact. I said the issue of climate change is not a priority in that world, because what can Kenya do anyway? The only thing Kenya can do, an African nation, is to host the summit. Can they stop America or Russia or even the Chinese from industrialization? They can't. So it is not a problem. It cannot be a problem. And the issue of furnitures in developed countries, and we know that there are trees that are actually planted for that purpose. The indigenous trees are not supposed to be cut. Those are the ones that are actually supposed to be there forever, so that at the end of the day, they produce the enough carbon monoxide and the climate is clean. But from where we sit, and I know I speak for so many Kenyans, that is a diversionary summit, and it was supposed to be held somewhere in between the industries of China, so that they can reduce the pollution. That one, to me, I think it's clear. The other issue you talked about, I think it's I don't know which other factor you talked about, but the thing is, we let us prioritize things that are affecting the people of Kenya. We have 300,000 kids that have not gone to school. It doesn't bother anybody. We have people who are sleeping hungry. That should bother somebody. So the thing of climate change, to me, it was not. Nobody was very. In fact, Kenyans were very were not interested. Nobody cared about what happened or said, because we knew after the meeting, and even whatever the resolutions were to be passed, nobody will take an African country seriously anyway. And I am so sure nothing has been implemented for that. So it is these things we are talking about. It's not about Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. It's about what is the priority of Kenya today. Is it those summits, or is it solving the education sector and solving the health sector? Things that are affecting us directly. That one, I think it's clear. And therefore nikimalizia nasema tuendelee kuongea ukweli. Let us speak truth to power, so that they know what they are doing, and let us hope and pray that one day we can have a country that all of us will be proud of.
Asante sana, shukran. Let me get to MC Jesse, your final remarks. MC Jesse, can you hear me? All right, as you prepare, I think Jeff.
Yes, Mr. Rio. I've been here quiet for almost I don't know how long. You kept skipping me. And SG, how are you, SG? My good friend and also a very serious political enemy.
Tuko bwana, asante.
Yeah, it's good to have you here, Mr. SG. Mr. Leo, I cannot give my final remarks minus responding to Mr. SG. Um, yeah, but before I come to you, Mr. SG, I want to go back to what we talked about, the money being released from the treasury without due process being followed. And the question which is coming in my mind is, why release the money to ministries, then complain that some arm or one arm of the government was not involved or was not consulted or the process was not followed? Who is that did not do his or her job? Because I want to believe there should be somebody who is supposed to say, no, go back, we cannot release this money because a certain process has been skipped. So we would like to know who did not do what, because it is not enough to say that process was not followed. Out of the statement that you read, Mr. Leo, I heard in every sentence you were saying that the Treasury approved. Who was that who was approving? And also, you tried to drag the name of the president, saying whether the president should be the final person in as far as money being dispersed or released to the ministries. And out of the statement you were reading, I never heard anywhere where the president was mentioned having requested for any money or even making a phone call like we had previously, where the same controller of budget said that she received phone call commanding or demanding that she releases money to some departments. So let us be fair also to the president. He has not been mentioned by anybody, though he is vicariously liable for everything that happens to the government. Does not mean that he is directly involved in everything that happens in the government. Now, I want to come to Mr. SG. Mr. SG, I want to send you to your people. Maybe if you align yourself or you associate yourself with the opposition or the Azimio side of a political divide. And I want to send you to tell them to stop polarizing the nation. You have said that the dollar has, the rate of the dollar has gone up to 160 something. And you want to put that blame squarely to the government. But I also equally want to tell you that also the opposition has greatly contributed to what is happening. One of the reasons why the dollar is in rate has increased is because the investors, people are holding dollars because they're afraid of investing in Kenya. The other day you saw the president of Tanzania saying they have received many people, many businesses relocating from Kenya to Tanzania because of maandamano. And right now, what is happening, though we don't have maandamano, a lot of threats are happening. We are going back to the streets. Who can invest in such kind of environment? And that is why I'm telling you, to a greater extent, the opposition, maybe I'm just judging you because you haven't said you belong to opposition or to Azimio, but I'm just saying out of your submission, because you have blamed the government squarely, you equally have to tell the other side that they are doing a disservice to the nation of Kenya, because there is nobody who is serious can invest in such environment. The investors are running away from Kenya because of polarization, because of violence, because of threats, and at the end of the day, when we are suffering, it is all of us who are suffering. My prayer is that our democracy will grow to the level whereby after the general election, all the people can come together and build the nation and wait for the next general election. What has been happening for the 50 years that Raila Odinga has been in politics, Kenya has never known peace, I can tell you for sure. Without fear of contradiction, Raila Odinga has done more harm to the economy of Kenya than good. I know that is not what you'd like to hear, but that is the truth. You cannot always be keeping your people on the street, yet he controls almost half of the nation. That is why we don't have any serious investor coming to invest in our country, offering jobs to our people because of polarization of the nation. As the government has the responsibility to ensure the economy is stable, the opposition also has a responsibility to ensure that we have a peaceful environment for both local business and international businesses. The government has tried its level best to put Kenya in a global arena. But how is the environment for business in our country? Who is polarizing the nation? Who is causing people to fear investing in Kenya, and even to the extent of holding the dollar? Is it not Raila Odinga and the team? Tell us the truth. As you want us to blame the government, we have to take the blame where it belongs. And I also want to say that about UNGA, some of you would have even prayed that it does not rain. But now, unfortunately, you don't have the power to stop the rain because when UNGA was high, you were blaming President William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza government, saying that everything is about mismanagement of the government, and that is why the cost of UNGA was very high. And after the president and the Kenya Kwanza government subsidized fertilizer, now you are telling us it is not because of the intervention of the government, it is because of the rains. That is hypocrisy of the highest order. We should be giving credit where someone has done the right thing. It was because of the intervention of the government. Does it mean that we have not been having rains before? Even during Uhuru's time, UNGA was very high. But now, right now, you are saying, no, don't give credit to President William Ruto, give credit to God. But I thank God because you were using that as a political tool to tell the people that we have a government that does not care. But right now, because of the intervention, we have UNGA, we have maize in our stores, and Kenyans are not complaining so much about hunger because at least we have something that we can use. Remember, the president that you keep praising here, telling us how he paid, he built houses, and how he was doing things without overtaxing people. He is the reason why we are where we are. Kenya had never reached 9 trillion in debt. It was because of Uhuru Kenyatta overborrowing, uncontrolled, and inflated prices of projects. That is why we are where we are. So don't just praise someone who has made terrible decisions that have made our country to be where we are. So on the other side, I want to talk about corruption. We have been saying people should not pay taxes because of corruption. I want someone here to come and just substantiate and tell us surely what corruption has happened under William Ruto's government. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta, a whole president, told the nation, there is nothing I can do about corruption. But William Ruto has said, I have options. I can do something about it. That is the kind of a president we have. And he told Kenyans in broad daylight, we have 3 options. It is, if you are going to be corrupt, it is either you run away from the country or go to jail. If not that, if nothing will be done by the institutions, then you should be afraid of death. That sometimes, let me tell you, in a country like China, corruption, when you are corrupt as a government official, you die. That is why that country is growing. Though I don't want the president to take the matter on his head, But I am saying we want a courageous man who is not afraid of confronting such kind of things and saying, I think we have options, because corruption is the monster which has always held the nation in the downward trajectory. So having said that, on the issue of the government being on loggerheads with the judiciary, okay, it's not a good thing. But we should not always blame the government when the government is complaining of the unfairness. Because as much as judiciary should be independent, in law, for those who have done some law, we say you should not only be seen to be fair, but you should not only be fair, but you should be seen to be fair. Anybody who is logical, any critical thinker can see there is an evil motive, an ill motive somewhere. It cannot be that every project that the government want to implement is shut down by the judiciary. That is not what the Constitution is talking about. No, the judiciary is supposed to do its work. At the same time, the judiciary is supposed to be fair to all the people. So I want to believe there is a problem somewhere, not that the government want to take away the independence of the judiciary, but assuming, Mr. SG, you are the president of Kenya, but you cannot implement anything even after a bill has been passed by parliament, because somebody will rush the judiciary and put it down. So those are some of the things that are saying, at the end of the day, who will suffer? It is not William Ruto. It is the nation of Kenya. That is why we have to tell each other the truth. There is a problem in judiciary. I told you we had a case as a family for 30 years. 30 good years. One case. Spending a lot of money because of corruption of judges and lawyers in Kenya. So when you talk of the judiciary, don't talk about them as if they are angels. Corruption in the courts of Kenya is too much that something must be done, and somebody must do it and make sure things are fixed. So I just wanted to say that about the affordable housing, there is a question that Mr. SGU posed, that Uhuru Kenyatta built houses without overtaxing Kenyans. And it's good that Mr. Muzaredo talked about it, but I will talk about it in a different angle. I want to ask you, Mr. SG, do you know how many houses Uhuru Kenyatta completed? He only completed 9,000 units. He left over 300,000 units incomplete. Those houses are the ones William Ruto is completing. But remember, during the Jubilee campaigns, they were promising Kenyans that they are going to build 500,000 houses. He only did 9,000 units. And you are here praising him? If you are to award marks, what percentage would you have given such kind of a person? For 10 years, he only completed 9,000 units. He left over 300 units incomplete. So have your data, have your research, so that you can tell us the facts. William Ruto, each year, he is proposing to build 250,000 units. That means in the duration of 5 years, Kenya is supposed to have over 1 million units of houses. You cannot compare the two. There is no
Mr. Mburu, somebody is asking you how many have been built out of the ones that have been proposed.
46,000 units has already been launched.
They're asking built. Somebody is asking built. And just a minute, take this break.
You are as wise as me, as clever as me, and you cannot build a house within a day. We say the Roman Empire was not built within a day. So whoever is asking that question is just not a critical thinker.
Actually, I know we will go back to that. The person was asking because if the president promised 4,500 a year, times 5 years, I think the mathematicians will give us the number of houses that will have been built. Already 1 year has gone. So if 1 year has gone, only launching has happened, then that person is right to ask a question. I want us to take a 2 minutes break and have a look at this. Then I know Mzalendo naona unakunja shati pale. On the comment section, there are so many questions there. SG is also there. So let us just listen to this, then we'll proceed.
President William Ruto's administration has borrowed 17 billion more than his predecessor in its first 6 months in office, upending the plan to go slow on debt. Treasury data shows that the new administration tapped loans worth 452 billion in the 6 months to March, which is more than the 434 billion that its predecessor borrowed in the same period a year earlier. Analysts had expected that the Ruto administration would cut fresh borrowing by a larger margin after committing to ramping up its tax collections. But the rise in spending under the bottom-up economic plan, which proposes to channel resources to sectors that can have a massive impact in creating jobs and wealth, has prevented deeper cuts on the country's borrowing. Dr. Ruto faces a narrow fiscal space to roll out his policies after his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta, increased public borrowing to fund infrastructure projects. Kenya's debt increased more than fourfold to 8 trillion under Ruto's predecessor, who invested heavily in new rail links and other infrastructure. The surge in liabilities left the country at high risk of debt distress, according to the International Monetary Fund. Kenya has insisted it cannot default on its debt repayment obligations. The increase in debt uptake came in a review period that saw the state cut both recurrent and development spending. Recurrent spending dropped by 4 billion to 542 billion when the Ruto and Kenyatta presidencies are compared, while development expenditure fell by 32 billion to 106 billion. But the 6 months have seen the Ruto administration commit more cash to loan repayments, underlining the burden of the ballooning public debt. Kenya paid 578 billion to service debt in the first 6 to March compared to 501 billion in a similar period a year earlier during the Kenyatta era. Dr. Ruto early said the government should never borrow to finance recurrent expenditure, adding the market could not sustain that kind of borrowing. Recurrent expenditure normally includes civil servant salaries, domestic and foreign travel, and fuel costs for the government's fleet of vehicles. In the 6 months, Dr. Ruto's team raised 928 billion in taxes compared to his predecessor's 866 billion.
All right, I don't know where I'll start. Let me start from the comment section. I can see Goodyear is saying that Ruto is finishing also the ones which were left without roofs, windows, and maybe doors. Those ones are just to be finished. Zalendo hutaacha propaganda. You can also see Richard Makiadi saying that the US is US is very politically polarized country, but the government is functioning and jobs are being created. Why not Kenya? I think this is in response to Jeff, who said that Kenya is not growing because it is been polarized. And also Ruto has already added 2.3 trillion in debt. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a Freak 24-hour. This is an open political live talk that comes on your screen every day from 10 p.m. East African time up to midnight. Actually, we were ending the show. I don't know what happened to the closing remarks. So the closing remarks is not closing anymore. So let me see. Where do I start? Do I start with Mzalendo?
SG.
Yes.
No, LSG, I'll give him time. I know he has got a lot to respond to. So let me listen to Mzalendo, then I'll give SG an opportunity to respond and now close it with the padlock. I know he closed it, but you opened it somehow.
You opened the whole conversation once again, and you opened it on a note that on a video clip of the debt the debt between William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. Leo, look at how Uhuru Kenyatta spent his money borrowed. Uhuru was borrowing and not paying any debt. Ruto is borrowing and at the same time paying Kenya's obligation to pay debt. Yes, he has got ambitious projects that need a lot of funding, but domestically we are not borrowing to pay salary, unlike his predecessor who was borrowing to pay civil servants their salary. Today, we can say that Ruto salaries can be delayed, but salaries are being paid by the money that is collected by Kenya Revenue Authority. That is an achievement. That is an achievement from the previous governments, and he has only been there for 1 year. Why people are projecting that he's going to borrow more than his predecessor, that one I don't know. They are acting like they know what is in Ruto's mind. And most of the people here will tell you, we know that he'll do this, we know that he'll do this. And nobody knew that Ruto will borrow money. Even myself, I never knew that he will borrow money because he campaigned on a platform that he will not borrow anything. But when you get into government, you realize that this is a country that has got nothing. It depends on its taxes. This is a country that tourism collapsed so many years ago. This is a country that we are still struggling to build our infrastructure, to build our proper schools, to ensure that we have got sufficient water. This is a country where there is no industry that is working. All the industries that were left behind are the industries left by the colonialists. Remember, Kenya, the industries that are left behind, the Mumias that people are talking about, the Nzoias, those are industries that were created a long time ago. And are they really productive? The Kikomis, the Rivertex, those were industries that were all associated with colonialists. Kenyans themselves, what are they doing in the economy? We spend hours here talking about the government, but what are you doing for the government? You, as somebody who has been blessed with a lot of money and has been successful in business, what are you doing to the economy? Are you creating new industries? Look, if you go abroad, if you travel a lot, you hear the Elon Musk. These are private individuals building the economy of the United States. How many of these private citizens who are very rich, or how many of these looters who are out there are investing their money back to the economy? None of them. Instead, we are buying property after property, land after land, but no industry is being created in Kenya. There is no way our economy will improve if we don't have industrialization. And that is part of Ruto's agenda. And I believe that if we move towards that direction of industrialization, then Kenya will realize its goals. And its goal is to ensure that more youths are employed. The health sector is universal and it is free, or if it is not free, is affordable. They cannot be absolutely free but affordable. Are we moving towards this direction? Yes, you saw what the president launched the other day. That is affordable healthcare. But what is the opposition doing? Instead of bringing the argument about the issues that are affecting each and every problem that Ruto is raising, they are instead destroying the economy. They want to undermine each and every time. When you undermine, and I've said it many times, the reason why Uhuru had a handshake with Raila, his brother, is not because that Uhuru loves Raila. Uhuru does not love Raila. He only wanted to leave a legacy that his country, his presidential term, he achieved what he wanted. And during that time of peace, you could see tourists coming into the country. You could see the economy improving. But despite all this, the World Bank, Treasury, CBK have indicated that the growth projection in the country is anticipated in the next 2 years that we will be up there. If you talk to people who work in the world, in World Bank, and the ones in charge of giving Kenyan money, I asked one fellow Kenyan who works at the World Bank. I asked him, every day Kenyans are complaining about this borrowing, about the economy of the country, about the dollar. What do you think about it? And I'll invite that fellow to come and share his views here, because they are the ones who give us the money. He told me Kenya will get out of it. They are moving towards the right direction. People might complain, but they have to tighten their belts, because the president that they have right now is ensuring that the debts are paid, is ensuring that the money that is given to him is accountable. So far, they have not heard that their money is being misused or it's lost somehow. So those are some of the things that we need to look at. The micro, small and medium enterprise, the SMEs in Kenya. Ruto started something called the Asla Fund, which to me was a big flop, and that is why I can blame. He had a good idea, but the implementation was not perfect. The Asla Fund should have been managed by the banks, such that they know that Leo is capable of borrowing so much, and is also capable of paying back that money. But when you give money out there and Aslas borrow the money, you cannot even trace them. Kenya ni nchi ya wakora, mtu ako na ID fake, kila kitu fake, anaenda na apply hiyo Asla Fund na amepotea nayo kabisa. So so they needed to have done a lot of measures. They needed to have talked to institutions to run the Asla Fund for them, and to ensure that they get value for whatever they had projected with the money that they had given out to the public. So very few people have paid back whatever they borrowed, but there's a lot of money out there lying that they cannot trace anymore. On infrastructure, for example, Ruto has allocated, I think, is over 3 billion on Mombasa Road, Mombasa Road, and its maintenance. That is a big road network that will revive the economy. He has talked about Mutuapa, Kizingo. Is it Kizingo Kilifi Road? That road, many of the people who come here don't know that road probably links us to Tanzania corridor. So why do we have open up this road? Lunga Lunga, Malindi, those ones links us to the East African network. So the president has done much, and we cannot continue blaming him on some of these issues. So I believe, and people know deep down in their hearts, that with the kind of infrastructure development, the kind of housing that the president is launching today, it has to be fought very, very hard by the opposition so that they become relevant in 2027 by all costs. Because if a president is projecting to launch 1 million houses, then what will you be in 2027? What will you be telling the people that you have done for them, as the opposition? So you must be talking about something. So this political bickering will continue, and it will continue until 2027. And where is the best place to fight the president? It is in the courts. It is in the courts that is the best place to fight this kind of regime. But what should Ruto's government do? They should ensure that the rule of law is followed, because some of these implementations that is doing are haphazard. They are haphazard in that they are not well thought by law. Otherwise, thank you. I'm on another call. I will continue at some point.
You will continue. I told you to close. Okay. SG, I was to give it back to you. A lot of things have been said. Actually, I didn't open another case. I was just trying to cool down the debate that was there. I just wanted to bring in some facts as far as borrowing is concerned, as far as promises are concerned. And sometimes, there's some things that we need to take a lot of time and discuss. And most people will agree with me that when we talk of the current government, we talk of the previous government, that is the immediate regime of Uhuruto, and we talk of the Kanu government, or even sometimes we talk of the Kibaki government, we'll realize that these are the same people. So the moment we realize that as voters is when we'll start thinking differently. Because if we talk of the Uhuru and Ruto government, this is a government that started in 2013 and ended in 2020. And even if they had some disagreements or they had some issues towards the end of their regime, we as Kenyans cannot lie to ourselves that Uhuru Kenyatta started borrowing in the last 3 of their final term. I think the last 3 years, that is when they were not in good terms. Though we are not sure if they are not in good terms or they're just playing politics. Up to date, nobody can confirm that Ruto and Uhuru are not in good terms. If you read politics, you'll find that maybe they were just playing some politics. They're just playing one man called Raila, that now wacha tujifanye hatuko pamoja, which can also be true. Because everybody who was in that government after the last one, they just changed chiefs. People like Duale was the majority leader. We had Justine Muturi, who was the speaker, who was approving these borrowings. We're having laws in this country, so we cannot lie to ourselves. Go back to the Moi government, the same people are ministers. The Minister of Finance in that government, we had Mudavadi. We had William Ruto's in that government. Come to Kibaki's government. So I'm just trying to say that Kenyans, the moment we'll realize that these are just the same people, then we'll start thinking differently and approaching them differently without helping them to advance the agenda of exploiting Kenyans. We have those people who are in finance. In the Kibaki government, I think Uhuru Kenyatta was a Minister of Finance. Come to William Ruto's government and the people in Ruto's government, they're the same people. So anyway, let me give it to SG. I'm just here to steer and control the debate. A day will come when I'll also be part of the people debating. Mr. G, SG.
I know how you are feeling. You feel like changing from the moderator to participant.
No, I'm not feeling changing to moderator. Actually, I'm sick and tired of Kenyan politics. That is why I just want to hear from people, and I can only bring a balance when it's hotly heated. Then I can only bring a balance by trying to visualize some facts so that people can be able to see whether they want to maintain their line or they want to change. Secretary General, I'm back to you.
Yeah, Santi Sana. I'm happy. It has been a wonderful day, a night that is, and of course, day to those who are not in Kenya. I just want to disabuse some things that I think it is important as we go to sleep. We clarify. Yeah. One of the things is that maandamano is causing investors to go. I think, on the contrary, it is not maandamano. I want to put it to you and bring it across that The major issues that are bringing or throwing away the investors is, first of all, the cost of production. The cost of production in Kenya takes more than 40% of the recurrent, what we call the overhead cost of a business in Kenya, of which, if you go to Egypt and Tanzania, you'll find it is about less than 10%. So that is one of the major things that is causing a lot of, because right now a unit is 50 bob, if you don't know, in Kenya. And by the way, the more you use the electricity according to the tariffs in Kenya, the more expensive you pay for the electricity. So most companies have decided to put a stop on production in Kenya to still maintain the that is causing a lot of exodus to the investment. Maandamano cannot, because even in the days of Kibaki, there were maandamano, and still the growth was high. In fact, today, if you go to Israel, the Gaza and of course the Israel fight, it is a live conflict. A live conflict that's continuing. Their dollar is not being affected. The investors are not running away. And therefore, it was going to be misleading if we say Maandamano are drawing the investors. Maandamano should be peaceful. They are guaranteed by the constitution. And I think they only become violent because there have been Maandamanos even of a femicide. It's called for me what? Femi what? This women issue. There have been Maandamano of late, but because they were peaceful, nothing happened. What we only want to tell, even as Mio, it is when we are doing Maandamano, we will not carry stones, and then the police will not come, so that we have our roots to say this is what we don't like about this government. Maandamano is a constitutional right, and they are not chasing out any investor. In fact, the investor are being chased by cost of production. They also been saved by the environment of performance. And then they are also being chased by these levies, because the moment you tell an investor, I'm a businessman, and then you're telling me to match the levies that are being deducted to my employees, then that is also a disadvantage. So it is the policies of the government that are making many people run away from Kenya, not Maandamano. I think is a small issue. Any serious investor will not think about Maandamano. Will think about electricity. Will think about the environment of operating the business. And that is why, like for example, as today there was somebody who was giving an example on TV today, saying ule mama alikuwa anauzia uji, ameacha kuwauzia uji, and when they approached her and asked her, kwa nini siku hizi hautuletei uji? Akasema watu wengi wanataka uji iko na sukari mingi, na sukari kilo moja ni shilingi 200 na kitu, so I cannot afford to put sugar into the uji. So you see, that kind of a small explanation tells you that the cost of operating a business in Kenya is too expensive, and that is where they are running away. The other issue we talked about, the houses, the houses being launched by Ruto. Ruto might go in history as the only president in the world who has launched so many things. In fact, if he should apply for the Guinness Book of Record as a launcher, because he has launched millions of projects. But the completion of even one, there is nothing. Hakuna kitu Ruto amesha launch akuwa hata deputy president ambao imekuja to completion. It is me, I will advise him as a person who wants the best for him to build toilets in the 47 counties. 47 toilets, aweke maji tank na tiles na ziwe completed projects na commission, because launching and commissioning are two different things, and we know these things will because the way things are going, even these houses might never be completed, because it seems there are questions that the courts are asking and the people are asking, and the government is unable to answer. And I've been asked here 3 questions. 1, who is benefiting from these houses? Why is the only people who are employed being levied for the houses to be built? Why don't we have a mechanism, even the people in private sector and people in businesses also can be levied? So those are questions that are being asked by the court, and it seems nobody is understanding the court. So this is an exercise in futility, and it's not that we don't know. By the way, I will surprise you so much. I am one of the greatest supporter of housing in Kenya. But I want it to follow the rule of law, because we suffer so much to paying houses 20,000, 30,000, and eventually it is not your house. Once, to make matters worse, the moment you don't pay rent for 1 month, you're thrown away. But that concept of paying rent and then owning the house, it is a good concept. In fact, we want to support it, but we want it to follow the rule of law, so that at the end of the day, even the government that will come after, they will not claim for the land. Usually, right now, the land belongs to the government. Who owns the title? It's the government. Who sells the houses? It is the developer. So there are so many unanswered questions about these houses that make many people wonder, what if I buy this house and then after 5 years, now Kalonzo is the president? Or Kia Omtata? Or for that matter, Nick Mzalendo Odhiambo? Yes? And he says, I don't want to see those. I want my land. I want my land. So these are simple questions that we're asking the government, and we understand one thing. One thing I understand about Ruto, and it's a sad thing, but it is the truth. The problem with Ruto is one: he is his own advisor, he is his own supervisor, and he is his own implementer. Whatever is in his mind is what he goes for, and he doesn't want to listen to people. There are so many good experts are telling him, stop doing this, but he doesn't want to hear. But I also understand him, because he's a local boy, and that is what local boys do. You went to primary school in Kenya, you went to a secondary school in Kenya, you went to the university in Kenya, you married a Kenyan, you have always been in Kenya, and that is why you are so excited in moving into many countries to see many tall buildings, because you lack what we call exposure. And when you lack exposure as an individual, it affects your thinking and policy. But for that, for you to succeed in whatever you're doing, even if you lack exposure, you can employ or appoint people who have exposure. And that is why you see the cabinet ministers of Moi covered him a lot. Professor George Saitoti, people like this other minister who was called there was another Luo minister of education. These are people who had gone to schools abroad, and they covered Moi very well. But now we have a president and his cabinet who very much, I think only one or two has gone to a university in abroad, but other people have been loitering in the streets. So their way of doing things in kijiji. Kijiji mentality. So that is a problem that is affecting Ruto. He doesn't want to listen to people who have gone like Wakina Mzalendo and seen what people do outside other countries. And that one, if he changes that, I support the housing like yesterday, because if you solve my problem of rent today, then I can direct that resources to something else that can build the country. But the way they are doing it, how they are doing it, is what is the problem. Thank you so much. Tuonane kesho, tukuja mapema, tupige siasa 101 mpaka siku hiyo tutaona Kenya imenyoroka na imekuwa nchi ambayo wananchi wanasema asante sana. Na by the way, kitu moja ya mwisho nikimalizia na hii kitu ya hustler fund, kuna kitu I think Jeff alisema, akasema ati it is 8%. If you borrow hustler fund is 8% per year. It cannot be 8% per year, because it is 8% per loan, if you know what I mean. Ukichukua 500 unalipa na 8%. Kwa hivyo ukichukua mara mbili kwa mwezi ni 16%. Kwa hivyo ukichukua kila mwezi ni 8 times 12. Ni vizuri kuweka hizo vitu kwa perspective, ndio wasiseme is a cheap loan. It is actually not cheap. It is only that it is sounds cheap, but eventually it's actually a very expensive loan. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. I can see from the comment section, Ruto is telling you that despite the fact that people are saying Mandamano in Afkuza investors, the same people are telling us that Kenya is ranked top among, let me just read what you've written, but Kenya is ranked as the top investment destination in Africa. These people are not going to these countries where there's no mandamano. But mandamano is there every day. Even today, there's a mandamano. Maybe as I take a cup of water, I can just show you what happened. But after that, there was business as usual.
Zima hiyo moto. Wewe pita kama unapita. Utakunyorosha.
Nasimama on behalf of people of Bomet who are working under county government, who have not been paid 11 months salary, the water which have been out of service for 3 months. We want service in Bomet County. We don't want government which only protect his right. Tuko hapa kufight na tutasimama na raia. Wacha niwaambie ukweli, governor, tutakuja kwako, tutakutoa ofisi bila kuintimidatiwa. Hii bingu, my friend, Barchok, tutapatana. Hii town lazima tufanye maandamano every Wednesday mpaka alipe maji, mpaka alipe workers, mpaka atengeneze barabara ya town. Au mwingie saa huko ndani muone barabara. Afadhali tupige tiagas kuliko hii maneno ile town.
Sisi hapa Bomet tuko na shida mingi sana. Anao watu wapota. Tunalipa ushuru kila siku. Alafu watu wanatutumia askari. Hataki tuseme ukweli yetu. Sisi tunaumia kichini. Watu wanakula pesa ya boda, watu wanakula pesa ya revenue, alafu hiyo pesa hawapeleki mahali inastahili kupelekwa. Alafu sasa tukitaka kuripoti ile mashida tuko na hapa Bomet wanatutumia askari. Kwani sisi sio binadamu? Tulichagua mtu atufanyie kazi, si kulalia kazi.
All right, I think you've watched. That was just by the way. We are not debating about it. Those people are saying why the andamana it is related to business. That is the worry that Kenyans are having. Tuna collect ushuru, lakini we don't see what this tax is doing to us, and that is why most Kenyans, when you tell them we are going to tax you to build for you houses, they're asking, how possible is this? Because you've been paying tax, and this tax hata mwezi jenga barabara. The county governments cannot even be able to collect the trash around the markets. Then you're telling them, now you want to tax me and keep my money and build for me a house. And we've seen, I don't know, I was working up on a certain story. There was these fisheries, whatever, that was supposed to be built in Kabonyo, Kabonyo somewhere in Kisumu. It was launched 6 months later, nothing has happened. Though the money was already there. We were told how the money was already there. It was a funding from a foreign government through the national government. If you go to some parts of Kisii, there are some projects that were launched last year. And till to date, only that, how do you call it? The banner that they normally write, this one was launched by blah, blah. And those 3 blocks that they normally put there is what remains there. So Kenyans should not celebrate the launching, but we need to urge the government to ensure that when they promise, they launch. We need to see work in progress. I visited my counties here recently where they launched the industrial park. After the launching and the celebration and the blocks that were put there, grass has already covered everything there. So that is the state of the nation. Though as a freak will try to go to these places and get you the real story, what is happening on the ground. I can see Stella is already there. Long time Stella, you are welcomed. Wewe ndio umepotea sana. And somebody is inviting you for a duel with Mzalendo. I don't know how comfortable or how prepared you were for that.
No,
but I'm sorry, you're late. I invited you a long time ago.
No Stella this time.
No, let's Stella say if she's prepared for that duel, we can plan.
She'll be all over me,
Tomorrow we'll have an interesting show in the evening. Stella, don't miss. I'll send you an invite early enough. We'll need some legal input on it.
She's
It's
already
okay.
here.
She's already here. Let her just say hi
Mzaredo Kwisha.
before we close for her.
I don't like seeing Stella around, especially at this time, because I know her past remarks. But anyway, Stella, how are you? How have you been?
I'm fine. We've been so busy. We've been
Oh
dealing
my
with this
God,
thing.
we missed you.
Usijali mzalendo. We are trying to sort out this thing for NHIF. So I've been busy with
NHIF, tell us the good part about the NHIF. Before you
uh
go to the bad part, tell us, is it a good thing without taking sides? What do you think about it?
no, the previous NHIF. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say hi to guys. Hi Mboro. Hi SG. Leo, ulipotelea wapi? Hata wewe tulikuwa tumekumiss sana.
Nico, I'm back. I had some red eyes, but now they're turning white. Don't worry.
Karibu sana kwa stage. I'm seeing Goodia and Kenya Rebel are trying to they are trying to tell me get into the studio because I know there's something passionate there. They really need to know what is happening with the story about the housing. I know it has been a tough week for especially the legal fraternity. So there are things which we had discussed with the people at the State Department of Housing and the urban planning people. And the conversation was good. At least the stakeholders understood where we were coming from. Also, the government understood the challenges. Where the first thing it was about the legal framework, where we told them that they made some crucial mistakes. So they have decided they need to kind of sit down and go back to the drawing board. And I believe you saw, was it this week, where some governors they came out and said that I think this thing was in a haste and they never consulted. And it was so shocking. Also, the AG was summoned like 3 times, but he didn't show up. But at least yesterday he showed up, and he also confirmed that he was not consulted. So now it is the big fight between the national government and the counties. So it's about the land issue and also about the revenue issue. Then the other thing they decided it will be prudent, where we say the first thing, the social housing will be okay. For us, Mwananchi, removing let's say a small amount from our pay slip, like social housing, where you are at like 400 shillings, 500 shillings, but not going above the threshold of capping salaries. That was another issue. Then we had no problem. We said, if you're doing social housing, let's see Mama Mboga and Buddha people are taken care of, because these are people who don't have the profiling. You see, now before you got the affordable housing, there's something called a profiling. Even when you go to the bank, first thing, what do? They check your credit score. Are you able to afford? What happens if you don't? You're unable to continue with your maybe your mortgage. There's something called an amnesty. You can either insure your loan, or you tell the bank, this is what I can afford. So there's such agreements. But now for the government, they became reluctant. So I think even right now, let me not go to Wanjiko or Azimio. Let me come as a Wanjiko. Right now, the MPs have now put their guard down. So from next week also, they are going to get the findings. And I think it has been difficult for the Kimani Kuria committee on about the housing issue. So at least they engaged Mama Mboga, they engaged Buddha, they engaged the civil society, they engaged people like the Kenya Association of Manufacturer, Federation of Kenyan Employers, saying that it was a burden for Kenyans to be taxed or to be capped the amount of paying the housing fund, which they were not ready for it. But at least right now they were told, make it in a way, if me as Stella or Mzalendo, if we need to buy those houses from the government, we have one house, one PIN, one ID. Other than having wabwanyenye wakuja wachukue, then they start renting, walafu wanaanza ku charge exorbitant rent. Then another thing, when you get that rent, what you're paying for the government or the county is a minimal amount where that person who has rented you is not even giving enough for on the counties for that. Something basic should be taken care of, like water, like amenities, like you need to have parking, schools, playgrounds. You need to have maybe lift operating, such things. So what they were saying, we'd rather have people who can afford a house. You get one house, one ID, one PIN, and you can't buy out more than one county. So if you're purchasing in Nairobi, let it be in Nairobi. If you're purchasing in Mombasa, you be at Buxton, but you cannot have another house in maybe Moyale, or maybe in Marsabit, maybe in Nakuru. So there are those pertinent things we were checking. But now the thing is, the government became adamant. They did not want to listen. But now, at least now, even the court has told them you have to go back to the drawing board. Now remember, the time when the housing ilikuwa inafanywa, hakukuwa na public participation, if you people remember. Now, the thing is, kitu watu wanastuka ni, like housing fund, right? Housing fund, watu wameambiwa, each and every constituency or every county, they should hold public participation. So collectively, Mzalendo imekuja 99%. Nilikuambia hii kitu haikuwa mzuri. But you kept on insisting, and you're saying Kenyans don't want to pay tax. Mzalendo, we have no problem. We will pay tax. The problem is there was no transparency on this housing. And I told you another thing about this housing. I asked you, we do the calculation, which end of the day, it was not making sense. Then I told you, getting ownership of those houses, the government was not even clear. Because even right now, counties are trying to fight. They are trying to fight the government, because what happens when they took those land to build those houses? Right now, the court has halted. Alafu ikuwe white elephant projects. Are you expecting the county ikuje iokote revenue alafu imalizie your housing fund? Remember, housing fund is a national thing. So now they also did not consult with the counties, like the people, like the MPs. But now the problem is, every MP who is under UDA wanted to please Ruto. But now what is happening right now, Nzalendo? The counties are suffering collecting revenue. The only revenue the county could collect is certain amount of money where they can able to pay salaries for doctors. They can able to contain utilities. Could contain maybe their county affairs. Now remember, Mzalendo, ini mzigo ingine utaekea mtu mwingine wa county. Mama mboga kama alikuwa analipa stall yake kwa soko, alikuwa analipa maybe 1,000 for that month. The county can't go back wamwambie aje, sasa kuko na projects zingine zimestall lakini ziendelee, itabidi mlipe 2,000. Don't you think hapo huyu mama soko ameongezewa mzigo enye hakuwa anatarajia, because national government haikuwa inataka kusikia. You get what I'm trying to say? But anyway, that one we can come in later. Now, another thing about Chief, it's a misplaced, how do I put it? It's just too misplaced. What we were suggesting, like, as the stakeholders, like people like the LSK, the civil society, the FKE, we said, Nakumicha's defunding NHIF is a bad idea. They come with new implementation so that the implementation which they have, they still have NHIF, but they can change as shift. But not to try and tell us they are trying to move the system, and they are trying to tell the people who are working in NHIF they have to reapply again. We do not have time to train people. We do not have time for transitioning because the thing is every day watu wanakuwa wagonjwa, wanashindwa kwenda hospitali kwa sababu your NHIF is not reflecting your money which you've been paying. The hospitals are telling you hatuwezi chukua NHIF because the system of NHIF haifanyi kazi, kuko na transition. What we told the government, leave NHIF as it is. You come with the new implementation. Now, it's called what? You do this. Instead of transitioning, just change the name from NHIF to SHIF. Remain with the same people. Like, I'm not talking about the board. We know where the corruption is. The corruption starts from the board to the procurement. And also, we know also the corruption also starts with the people who are attached with the guys in the procurement. Last year we saw how NHIF were it's called what, deducting your money, and yet unaangalia, you're asking yourself, why have you deducted my money and yet have been contributing and have never attended in any hospitals? When you go and ask for your statement, you're seeing that you've been charged maybe dialysis na hujai kuwa mgonjwa nini kidney. Then you see kuna mahali pengine unaambiwa umekatwa bed charges, unashindwa where was I admitted. So unaona hizo loopholes ndio tunataka to try to feature. So what we were saying, the NHIF ibaki venye iko, but the thing is they need to remove the entire board. Then you have to do a fresh selection of board members. Remember, board members of NHIF, and this is what we were saying, they must be medical professions. Because you cannot get someone ni engineer, ama you get someone amefanya aeronautical engineering, alafu unamweka kwa board. It does not make any sense. This is what we were saying. Remove the entire board. This board has to be vetted again. Someone who has worked in the medical profession, who understand what are the challenges in the medical profession. And this is the thing KPGMU was saying. Get the people who understand the field of the medical. Another thing we told Nakumicha, the procurement people, they should be either, number one, you either lay them off or they are put in the contractual basis. Because if you put someone in the procurement, and these are the same people who corrupt the NHIF, the thing is what the NHIF should do, they could have taken, maybe they outsource some people from procurement where they will take the accountability of any monies getting lost. They will take accountability if there is any mismanagement of funds, so they are able to be vetted. Because the problem is when you have someone, kwa sababu anajuana na mtu kwa serikali haezi vutwa, ama anajuana na mtu kwa serikali, ama anajuana with a certain doctor ako na hospitali, then wanakula 50-50. This is the thing why we say that we want transparency. Number three, we told Nakumicha, the guys who are in NHIF, let's come with the guys who are in the back office. Kuko na administrator, kuko na mtu wa chai, kuko na dereva, kuko na ule mwenye anaendaka kufanya like quality assurance za mahospitali, kuona kweli kama mtu ameenda huko kama civil servant, ameenda amesema ni mgonjwa, pesa yake ikatwe, is it inakatwa according venye inatakiwa? Hospitali, how much is it? Piriton ni pesa ngapi? Paracetamol ni pesa ngapi? Other than to have that, mtu ako na NHIF, then inaenda kwa hospitali, mtu anakwambia Piriton, instead si tunajua ni shilingi 10, but tunakatwa 100 shillings. You get? Now, Nakumicha says that all these people, they have to reapply again. We do not have time for training people because life is that prudent. Because we need that NHIF, those systems, they train these people what these systems they are bringing. Another thing what Nakumicha never touched, Mama Mboga and Boda, you will reduce their contribution to 300 shillings. Then you say the 300 shillings will only cover you have chronic. So that means kama uko na malaria, uko na typhoid, hiyo ndo ina cover. But you cannot go beyond getting some advantages like kupata like bed, inpatient services as I may say it. as I may say it, you're disadvantaged. What we were saying, if Mama Mboga and Boda, they can afford to pay 1,000 shillings or maybe 500 the way it is, then they can able to enjoy inpatient services and they can also enjoy the outpatient services. That is okay. But now the problem is you're capping to a limit, unapatia mtu limit, which is unfair, because you see, if you're paying all your taxes, the government has the due responsibility to take care of you. I don't need to go back to my pocket nianza kuongeza ama niende kwa kijiji ninaanza kufuatana na chief, nataka kwenda baraza ya kuanza kufanya nini, kuweka harambee ndio nilipe, ndio munichangie nipeleke pesa hospitali, and yet unakato NHIF, and yet hata hospitali enye ya county haitakiwi kwenda on a beyond an extension amount akwambie hii NHIF yako italipa kitanda peke yake, na yetu ukinipatia kwa blueprint inanionyesha I'm supposed to enjoy inpatient services and outpatient services on this limit. So they are not clear. So what we are saying, let it remain the way it was before. But now the problem is the guys in the health committee, they are becoming adamant. Leo hawataki kusikia, and we told them kama hamtasikia itaanguka tu kama housing fund, because if you are having MPs who would sit there, half their or mama they are paid their sitting allowance kwenda kwa nini kufanya barazas ya chief, na hawataki kusikia, na tunawaambia usitusikie watu wenye wameandikwa, as we can also even you can cap our whatever, but the problem is look at someone like Mama Mboga, or look someone like Buddha, and someone, let's say like a pregnant woman. There are limits, and you wanna kuambia you can ever like long time NHIF used to have whatever this thing called super cover for pregnant women and children. So let's say from 0 to 5 years, they used to enjoy immunization. They used to go for small treatments. You know, they enjoyed the inpatient services. But right now, the Nakumicha's nini system inatoa hiyo. Unaona sasa hapo tuko disadvantaged. Then the problem is when you have an MP akikuambia aje, which is the nearest clinic kwenye unapelekaga NHIF. Leo, let me tell you, if you go to some counties, they will tell you, if a place like, let's say in Baringo, the hospital which is nearer to me to go and enjoy such things for NHIF used to go to PGH Nakuru. So ask yourself, kwa nini the MP of Baringo mwenye anapewa CDF haezi upgrade hospitali enye iko wapi? Iko Baringo. Why are you subjecting your own constituent atoke all the way from Baringo at 3 hours na haezi afford your fare akuje Nakuru? You know, it doesn't make any sense. So we look at these things, Leo, we see there is always public wasted because it is the MPs and your MCA who is your representative. They are not putting these issues, as a priority. Kazi yao tu ni kukula. Ukiangalia the Nancy Gathungo report, when he was talking about how some counties were getting big chunks of CDF. CDF peke yake si ya mashule ama nini kulipa na school fees. There are things, unajua barabara lazima itengenezwe because huyu amekuja amesema hii pesa nataka because nataka ku-upgrade barabara. Hii pesa nataka ku-upgrade masoko. Hii pesa nataka ku-upgrade hospitali. Juu haina madawa, juu madaktari lazima walipwe. Another thing, there are people who are under madaktari. Unajua, such small things. You see, people like your MP will go to the nini fighting this, saying that no, the CDF money yenye amepatiwa ni kidogo. But ukimwambia je, but if you gave you 6 billion, please account for me how the 6 billion venye iko. Now what is happening? He goes and bring fictitious receipts. That is why now people like Kiara, they are like, if we give you the CDF, you have to account every shilling so that whenever we are doing the collection, we'll know that yes, you use this money, hii ndio ushuru unalipa. Because remember, counties hazilipagi ushuru. If you know, counties, the only thing the counties wanaambia okotani revenue. So where do they okota revenue? Wanaenda wanaokota from land rates. Wanaenda wanaokota revenue wapi? Kwa maduka, licenses and what and what. Then they say this is not enough. So who is lazy not collecting the revenue? You have to blame your MP. Because haezi enda kusema pesa yake ni kidogo, lazima aongezewe. And yet ukimwambia tumekuongezea pesa, but service delivery haufikishi watu wako. So why are you subjecting a pregnant woman who is in Baringo, haezi enda a small dispensary ama aende a county hospital, anafika hapo anaambia hakuna madaktari, hakuna madawa, vitanda zote zimejaa. Nurses wote wenye wako hapo, kila mtu ako na attitude because they've not been paid. They are asking for 500 shillings, 200 shillings, so you are able to be treated. But you see, this person atajaribu atafute fare, akuje Nakuru PGH. Because one thing with PGH, there is a lot of transparency. Watakuadmit, nini. You know, what do I put it? How do I put it, Leo? There is a lot of public mismanagement with funds whenever this CDF eco. And this is what I was telling someone. CDF thing should be scrapped off. Turudi kama venye tulikuanga wakati wa Moi. Pesa ya national government ikishachukuliwa inaenda kwa each constituency, or they identify which school needs desks, which schools need kuwekewa mabati kwa roof, which hospital needs madawa, madaktari ni wangapi, like that, because CDF haileti tangu.
Yeah. I think that is true, and I think we need to have a candid conversation on that, just a specific show for that, because currently, even with the devolved government, we are having the Minister of Education, we are having the county education directors, we are having the sub-county education directors. So it should be the responsibility of the Minister of Education to ensure that they centralize this money, and these county directors and the sub-county directors should be in charge of the county and the sub-county schools that know which school needs toilets, which school needs more desks. Now that we're also having something that Matiang introduced called NEMIS, you're able to know the exact number of students in school. So it is upon the parent to ensure that when you enroll a child in school, they have a NEMIS number. When they take a transfer, the NEMIS number is transferred to a different school. So accountability will be there. I think we need to have that kind of discussion, something to do with this CDF that has made the MPs look like demigods to be worshipped. And even I see people thanking the MPs for giving them bursaries, some are even kneeling down. It makes me sick, because this money, the government, since these people are going to the government school, the government can as well channel it direct to school and tell you to go to school without worshipping an MP and giving them praises for giving you a CDF. And people have always been made to believe that that is the most important thing that an MP can do. And that is why we are having the most incompetent MPs who are elected based on who gives the best CDF. If today you are an MP and you don't give CDF, you won't find yourself in that parliament. I think, Sela, that was really great. Despite the fact that you joined late, you've really given an interesting submission. And tomorrow I'll look for you early enough so that we can plan something great for our viewers. I can see Nick Odhiambo, leo sio mzalendo.
Leo, there's something
Yes.
I want to share with via WhatsApp.
Okay. Just do so. There's no problem.
For Waiguru, whatever Council of Governors, when they were trying to reject the pay bill, the 222.
Yes. And actually, that one is making headlines. That is the first page of the Standard, actually, and that is what we will wake up with very early in the morning. Share with me, it's okay.
And anyway, Stella, yes. you are done. You are done with your submission.
No, I wanted to share something, Leo.
You want to share it now?
Okay, let her just share with me. It's okay. Just share.
WhatsApp, so he can.
On WhatsApp, okay.
Yes.
Leo.
Buru,
I
you are
hope
there. Good morning.
I thought you were asleep.
it's good evening. I have been quiet here and I was listening to Stella and the way things are going.
Why can't you have your cameras on, Mr. Mburu?
No, I only have few minutes. I wanna prepare for work.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm almost leaving. The way things are going, I see very soon we are going to have a handshake with Stella, because today I have agreed with her at least 95 point something percent out of what she has said. And especially the CDF thing is something I have always echoed in this show, that we don't need MPs having money. Some money is with the MCAs, some money with the women lab. I mean, some money that is not the prudent use of our money. So, so many things that she talked made a lot of sense. We can differ on processes and such kind of things. So what I learned from her is that there are so many things she agrees that they are good, but the manner in which they are being implemented need to be put in the right perspective. And to that, very soon we are going to welcome you for a handshake with Stella Wangari. Sometimes she takes me at a very high speed. Eh?
And Mzalendo, I told you, housing was not a good idea. You people, you agreed with me. To the nail. Now
You
you
are
wait,
agreeing housing
you
is a good idea. You are just agreeing housing is a good idea, but the manner in which it's being implemented is wrong. You are agreeing that the health insurance is a good idea, but the courts have again disapproved you. They have approved. They have lifted the ban.
No.
Mr. Leo,
We
can
are
you tell
still
these people to keep quiet? It's my
participation.
time.
When that is not have participation.
They have started. Now, Mr. Leo, I just wanted to go back to the debate that we had, just to answer some few questions that were raised by SG. Unfortunately, Mr. SG is not here. And there was this point about the comparison between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in terms of borrowing. And first of all, I'll start by saying that the contract of one Dr. William Ruto is a contract for 5 years. And I want to, and maybe Leo, you can agree with me this way, that if you want to perform, and maybe Stella, you can mute the mic. I don't know whose mic is making some noise. If you want to perform
It's not
very well or start the projects and complete them, it can only be prudent if you borrow money at the beginning of your term instead of borrowing money when your term is coming to an end. And I think that is what is informing the government of Kenya Kwanza. Let us borrow now so that we can complete the projects that we have started. Rather than what happened with the previous regime, they borrowed money almost towards the end, a lot of money towards the end of their term, and that has caused them to leave so many projects that were incomplete. Not only that, it doesn't matter when the loan has been borrowed. So I don't see even why are we comparing that this had borrowed this within this period of time. Who has said that that is how it happens? No, you can't compare that this borrowed this much within the same period of time, so this one is borrowing more. Yet this person has just started the journey of governance. So what will matter is where will William Ruto leave the debt of Kenya by the time he'll be leaving the government. Remember, Mr. Leo, I want to take you back to the rule of one Mr. Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki left Uhuru Kenyatta with almost nothing to pay because by the time he was leaving government, the government had a debt of 1.89 trillion to pay. At the time Uhuru Kenyatta was leaving, he left a debt of 9 trillion. You can see within 10 years. So, though we can see some infrastructures, what I want us to ask ourselves.
Yes, you also need to tell them and understand that when we talk of the value of the Kenyan shilling by the time Moi and the Kenyattas were living, and the value of the Kenyan shilling by the time Uhuru Kenyatta and the Rutos were living, it was different. During the time of Moi, somebody would buy a loaf of bread at 15 Kenyan shillings. But when Kibaki was living, a loaf of bread was 60 Kenyan shillings. So that is all. So that one you also need to consider, so that these trillions and billions doesn't sound maybe outrageous.
You see, Leo, I understand the change, and the change between Kibaki and Uhuru was very minimal. So it cannot be that 1.8 trillion can be equivalent to 9 trillion at whatever perspective you'd like to look at it. So all factors held constant. What Uhuru did, and this is what I was saying, because I have no problem with the Uhuru government, but we need some audit to see if we got value for our money. The auditors, the professionals have said that most of the projects were inflated, but is anybody taking an initiative to say, let's see what happened? Because right now we are struggling with such a huge loan. And I say every government borrows loans, but how the loan is being utilized is what matters most. So the performance appraisal of the government of William Ruto shall be done after 5 years. We want to see, he has said that he will try to bring the debt of Kenya down. We want to see where he is going to leave Kenya after those 5 years. We also want to see the cost of his projects. But we have set a very bad precedence in Kenya that it doesn't matter what you do. After you leave power, nobody will bother to know what you did and what you did not do. I was proposing that we want to see auditors on the ground investigating all the projects for the 10 years of Uhuru Kenyatta. And anybody who inflated the prices, because they are saying most of the prices, they were inflated up to 3 times the normal cost. So we wanted to see some people being jailed so that the government of William Ruto, because the
Jeff,
government, yes.
maybe as you wind up, you're asking a good question that I just want to put the question to the three of you as you wind up, so that we wind up. We
Yes.
want to see the audit. So the first question that I'll put, I can see Ashley is also here. Okay, the first question that I want to put is who is supposed to do that audit right now? Is it the person who is having the instruments of power, or Uhuru Kenyatta himself to come and audit his projects? That is the first question. And the second question I want to ask the three of you: are you aware that 80% of the people who are in Uhuru's government, who are in charge of all these main ministries like the finance and whatever, are the same people who are in the current government? Do you know somebody, people like Ter, people like Tuge, the ministries that are questioned? Go to the Ministry of Transport, go to the Ministry of Energy. Those are the ministries whose projects were questioned. Are you aware that they're the same people? So the last question on that: do you think the same people will be able to investigate themselves? If these inflations were done, the same people who did the inflation, you've seen them, are the ones who are having cases, their cases have been dropped, and they're in the same government. So do you think these people will allow themselves to be investigated? And Mr. Lendo will agree with me that despite the evils that happened in the previous government, if Ruto knew very well that he is clean on them, or the people around him did not participate in those kind of economic sabotage, right now those people would have been in jail. And because he knows very well, once he starts pointing at the figure, hiyo mkono yake itaguza one of them. So we have to agree as Kenyans that this regime cannot help us clean what we call the former regime's problem, because they are part of it. So we have to agree as Kenyans that we need some fresh blood that will come and drain the pipe. But what we're having right now, it's really hard to convince Kenyans that they can do something different. So I don't know. It's now upon Kenyans to decide how they want their life to change. Otherwise, it will always be 10 years of complaint. Maybe after the 10 years of William Ruto or so, we will also start hearing the next government saying how the previous government did this, and it will be the same story. So maybe those few questions you people can respond as we close.
Yeah, Mr. Rio. You know, I told you you are finding it very hard to remain a moderator.
No, as a
Yeah,
moderator,
yeah.
I also need to. No,
I
as a
know.
moderator, I need to
But
give
now,
guiding questions. I'm not supporting anybody. I'm trying to be a referee. A
but I see
referee, you
you.
also have
I
to
see
kick
you,
the ball
Mr. Referee.
back to the field.
Anyway, let me
Yes.
finish my submission. This is what I was saying. We are setting a very bad precedence. Already those who are in William Ruto's government right now, they know that nothing was done to those who misappropriated funds in the last regime. And even the next regime that will come, they will continue with the same precedence, with the same habit of covering each other. It doesn't matter who was in the government and who was not in the government. We have institutions in Kenya that have the duty of doing those investigations. And most of those institutions are independent. We have the ethics and anti-corruption body, which is supposed to investigate everybody, whether you're in the government or whether you're in the former regime. So what I'm saying, it is very sad that we even saw the controller of budget talk about money that she was ordered to release. Nobody has bothered to audit that. But we as Kenyans, we should keep on talking about those things because the precedence that is set, it means nobody will be afraid even now to be corrupt, because at the end of the day, what will be done to them? Nothing. So away from that, I wanted also to touch the point of Mr. SG, where he was saying it's a democratic right for people to have demonstrations. And I agree with that point 100%, that demonstrations are important. But what the Azimio team has been calling it, or ODM, or the opposition in Kenya, has been calling demonstrations, is not demonstrations. It is hooliganism. It is mayhem. It is violence. It is the reign of terror. I mean, that is not what we call demonstrations. And that is why you saw so many people. And even you have the clip. If you can be fair enough, you look for that clip and put it for Kenyans, where the president of Tanzania is in record saying we have received so many investors in Kenya because Kenya is in fire. People cannot agree on anything. So I want to say, as much as you are saying, Leo, we need fresh blood, the leaders that have been there, for whether opposition and in the government, most of them have been doing more harm than good to the nation of Kenya. So I don't want to say much or more than that, but I remember I was in the same platform, because for me, I don't just speak from my mind or from the political point of view. I speak what I have tried to think critically about. I came here in the same media, Motembei TV, last time when the campaign was so much heated in Kenya. And I told them, according to my analysis, I don't see how Raila Odinga is going to win and become the president of Kenya. All of you, most of you, shouted down at me and telling me that the Central Kenya, the elders have decided, I don't know what. I told you, I have done my analysis and I don't see how he is going to become the president of Kenya. And I want to tell you now something that you remember after 5 years or after 10 years. William Ruto, basing on my own analysis and his own strategies and how he is moving, he is likely to become the best performing president so far in the Republic of Kenya in some time to come. And I want you to remember those words. Thank you so much. I want to start preparing to go to work. Thank you.
Mboro, are you
Mzalendo?
kidding us?
Nzareno will respond on my behalf.
Hakuna cha hicho. Mboro, you really need to come to Kenya.
Stella, our handshake. Have you forgotten our handshake,
Let me tell.
Stella?
No,
Come on
we
Friday
asked Mboro.
or
Yes.
another
Listen,
day.
Leo, we asked
Yes.
Mboro. When
Yeah.
was the last time he sent money, $100 to Kenya? He dismissed us. So what he's saying that Atiruto, he's the best performer. The thing is, Nani Leo, when I'm sitting here, and even when you talk to your relatives in Kenya, things are not going good. And let me tell you, Leo, next week, we are going to see EPRA, if they are going to tell us they are going to increase fuel. Because we know as Kenyans, to make wherever, let me tell you, Kenyans are fine. We don't have the opportunities to get good jobs the way Mboro and Mzalendo are in the US, but we are intelligent. But now we are waiting for EPRA to tell us whether that time on 15th, that is when there is the issue of fuel. We know whether they are going to increase, because we have seen, and we have seen also in the global market that fuel has reduced. The global oil prices has reduced within 30%. So you'd rather for nani Ruto's government wasijaribu kutuongezea mzigo ingine. Juu wakiongeza on tarehe 15 wakiongeza shilingi 5. Mboro, I'm holding you accountable. And I'm telling you, Mboro, tuko na wewe hapa. 2 years is not far. Let me tell you, the way you are supporting Ruto, I am giving you, and listen to me. And you people, when I tell you whatever I'm telling you, please listen to me, because I'm the one who understands the temperature, and I also know the observation. I am telling you, the UDA and the president, whatever, watasambaratika kama glass imevunjika. Because right now, if his own people, the MPs who are majority in the parliament, they are not enjoying the service because this guy is corrupt. Anakura huku, anakura pale. Yani mpaka ameingilia mpaka each constituency. Because if you ask an MP right now, let's go to a constituency like which one? Like a constituency like Siaya. It's an UDA. It's not an UDA. It's an Azimio thing. See the rate of corruption which is there. Inflating the governor's seat. Inflating also the hospitals. Inflating also the salaries. Of MPs and CECs. And yet wafanyakazi wao wadogo hawezi lipo mshahara. Mumeona hapo venye nani Leo ametuonesha Bomet. Mbo last week, but when I told you, you thought that I was just talking. Now you have seen it. Now, let me ask you, and this is very prudent. Now, come 2026, you want to tell me itasimama na mguu moja? I am telling you, itasambaratika. Because right now, people, they have seen this
Audio ya Stella bana.
He is very greedy.
Audio.
This guy is greedy by the day. How do you
Audio yako is cracking and we can't hear what you're saying.
Goja, Mzalendo. Mbona nani the president said at his school fees ilipo kwa e-citizen. The school fees ilipo kwa e-citizen. Watoto wetu watakufa njaa. If they cannot manage the small things, kama kulipa mshahara.
Mnasikia kitu Stella anasema?
No, it's cracking, but we are getting her kidogo. We are getting her. Yes, continue.
It's 2 a.m. in Kenya. Mzalendo, if the president woke up in the morning na akasema 222 school fees ilipwe, watoto wetu watakufa njaa. Listen to me, Mzalendo. If the government cannot take care of its own people, then you're telling me school fees ilipwe 222. What happens? The thing is, pesa ingia kwa national treasury. Kuko na boarding school hapa. Then the headmasters, they start going begging on the doors of the treasury. Hatujapata pesa. Wamekula pesa ya subsidy. Tumeambia tulipe hiyo pesa ya subsidy. Tuwalitoa. Now, parents struggle to kupeleka watoto shule. Yet watoto wakifika shule, hakuna vitabu. Hakuna. Now, you, the parent, you go back. I told you, Mzalendo, you and Boro, you made me to try to explain for you. The housing fund was not a good idea. Finance Act was not a good idea. You people, you disputed. Now you see, everything what the government is going to court is being thrown out. The court is not going to side with the corrupt government. They have to go by the constitution and the book. Now, here is the thing. Kesho mtaongea hiyo story ya tutu ya government ya nani Waiguru. Even then they say mukieka tutu hatutapasa pesa kutoka national government. The thing is, wacha turudi CDF. Now the thing is, what is going to happen in the next two years? Are we still going to go undergo. The government is just siphoning, misusing money. It is so depressing. Nani mzalendo kufungua business day kila siku, dola imepanda, hakuna dola. Mafuta nini, Uganda imepeleka Kenya to the East African court, wanashikana tena na Tanzania because of what? Kwa sababu government inajaribu kuchukua mamlaka, wao waonekane they are the deputy Jesus.
Stella, sauti yako ni kama pia imeenda.
I'm closing my remarks. I'm telling mzalendo and Boro, there is nothing as depressing as a Kenyan here. Kuamka asubuhi wacha kuona gazeti unachoka tu, unaanza kusema hata wao wanachapisha hizi magazeti heri wapeleke butchery zifunge nyama. It is depressing. It is depressing. Now the next thing what we are going to see, walimu na wazazi wataambiwa sasa kuanzia next year mulipe pesa kwa tututu na subsidy, nyinyi ndio mtakuwa mna take care of it. Now the problem is someone like Machogu could not even give the audit report. Yeah, the past two KCSE and KCP venilipa. How alilipa hao watu, and why was the mismanagement in his marking, and why the KCSE watoto wengine hawakupata marks, they got their marks after 3 months, and yet our watoto hawangekuwa wameenda, they were selected, but how are you selected in school na ujui nini marks zako? Anyway, let me not relent.
Thank you. Happened with your audio, but we are going to continue this conversation tomorrow in the evening. The show will be there as normal, and I'll not give the this. Don't open that one. I just want to remind our viewers that tomorrow is Thursday. On Friday, we normally have the show Bed of Roses that is exclusively broadcasted in Afrique 24. So if you've not subscribed, ensure that you subscribe so that when the show is aired, you don't miss it. I know we're in the month of February. Na kwa wale wanajua, this is the month of love. So there are a lot of tips here that can help you to improve your relationship back at home. So when I talk of relationship, I mean all kinds of relationship, even how you relate with your workmates, how you relate with your family and the ones you love. So don't fail to watch the Bed of Roses only on Afrique 24-hour.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance. Presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Wawero. Bed of Roses promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afrique 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
Guys, from this end, I just have to say thank you very much. It's been 4 hours, 20 minutes that have been so interactive from both the panelists, the viewers, and the comment section. I do encourage that. So keep spreading the information and invite friends. The show is back. The show is live. The show is on. And hakuna kusimama. So always ensure that you invite your friends and get time to participate. And we'll always try to prepare you early enough. We'll be scheduling our shows early enough so that you know the topics you're going to discuss, so that you can also be able to do more research. Ndio ukikuja hapa kupambana na propaganda ya mzalendo na wao wengine na kila mtu na Stella, unakuja ukiwa informed, ndio usiweze kurushwa nje. Otherwise, I want to wish those people who are going to sleep now good night. Kwa wale wanaenda kazini, anaweza sema is it good day or good morning? Then let us meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. East African time when you're going to have the morning show. It's also an interesting one that we'll have for about 2 to 3 hours. So otherwise, I just have to say thank you, and goodbye.
How would